Mason Whitlock.
It's double 14. It's perfectly pinned by David Armstrong to eliminate Palmer.
And that's how you do a one-on-one.
Brilliant checkouts.
I just went full Geordie there, saying hold on. And it was a shot at that.
And what a way to start the day for Sebastian Bielecki.
Really tin in perfect style. Good morning and welcome along to a big week of sporting action. But forget about Jimmy Anderson playing in his farewell test match. Forget about the fact that there is a semi-final at the European Championships involving England and Holland on Wednesday. It is all about week 6 here at the Modus Super Series. We've got two players that are going toe-to-toe in terms of the all-time appearance record. We've got one of the most exciting young European players in action. And we also have a world champion joining us in the studio, because watching all of the week 6 action, it is the 2015 champion of the world, Scott Mitchell, and you get the sense that this week is a week littered with opportunity for people.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see any one of those names, in this Group A is going to fancy their chances this week. It's one of the most open groups we've seen in a while, and it's going to be who's going to take the ball by the horns and grab it.
We'll talk a bit more about that in a second, but Saturday night saw Neil Duff win his 4th weekly title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, equalising the record of Steve West, getting the better of Terry Nash in a last leg decider. And Neil's just got the format of this competition down to a T, and you could perhaps argue he's playing as well now than he did when he won the Lakeside a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing is, when you win one of those World Championships, the eyes are all upon you, and it's new to you, and he's come through that. He's come through the other side now, and he's starting to play that stuff exactly as you said, the stuff that he does. But he didn't have it his way all week. It was a typical Duff performance. You get him to the Saturday night, and his determination sort of got him through it.
If you include that double start tour, that's 5 weekly wins altogether. Now, if you include every weekly win they've ever amassed here, that surpasses everybody, including Luke Littler.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's an impressive stat to have on your CV. It really is, to come here and know that you're playing well here, you then just want to come here all the time. And he played exactly like that on Saturday night, because he was right up against it. Nash has been in some great form in the last few months, and probably the form of his life. And it took the form of Neil Duff's life to get him.
Well, let's have a look then at the lineup for Champions League, because we're heading towards the halfway point of Series 8. Tom Sykes was the first name through, Jim Long in there as well. Now, if you actually look at the 5 players that have qualified for Champions League, Scott, including Richard Rowlands, who got through to a semi-final of a seniors televised event earlier on this year, they are all players in great form right now.
Yeah, they're all players that I've actually known for a long time as well, which is really good. I mean, Tom Sykes just recently played in the Six Nations with England. Richard Rowlands, he's on the senior circuit with us, and Jim Long as well. So, and these guys are doing it where they're playing elsewhere from here. It's lovely to then see them come here to the Live Lounge and win weeks and show everybody what they've got.
Out of those 5, I know it's still early days, and I know there's still a lot of players to fill in, but which one of them 5 do you think has got a really good chance of going deep at that Champions Week?
I think Jim Long has a really good chance. He just goes about his business quietly, confidently, just enjoys being here. And when you're enjoying yourself, you play your best darts. So Jim's going to be there. Duff's going to be amongst the favourites after what he did on Saturday night. There's no two ways about it. But yeah, it's developing into a nice Champions Week.
Well, let's have a look at this week at the Live Lounge, because, as I say, opportunity knocks for the 12 players in action. Group A sees Lee Cox, David Evans, Robert Thornton, Tommy Lishman, Pontus Danielson and Sebastian Bielecki going toe-to-toe. Group C sees the return of David Armstrong. He was mightily impressive the last time he was here, as well as Mason Whitlock and David Wazuski, as well as Group B seeing Paul Hogan enter the fray. Let's talk about Group A. Let's talk about Sebastian Bielecki, because he's a player who's been at a Champions Week. He's a player who's made a UK Open quarter-final. He burst onto the scene at Minehead a couple of years ago, but since then he's made steady enough progress and is becoming a player now who feels very reliable, very dependable in terms of getting results and putting in good performances.
Absolutely, and I like to see a player progress in that direction, in that fashion, because, the guys that it happens to when they're not kind of expecting it, then continue for it to happen, expect it to continue to happen. And it doesn't always that way. And then you become your own worst enemy and your own doubter, and then you stop yourself. Sebastian hasn't done that. He's been slow and steady, wins the race. He's got his own way, his own mannerisms. He's got the way that he wants to play the game. And he will not be deterred from that, the way that where he plays, how he plays. And he's making that gradual rise. It's coming nice and slowly, and he's learning all the way. And I think he's going to be around for a long time, he is.
What about David Evans? Because you look at his form in terms of qualifying for Saturdays, he's got points records in both Group A and Group B, but it doesn't quite work for him on a Saturday evening. Why do you think that's the case?
Maybe he's making it a little bit more than what it is, Maybe the art of getting there, he seems to have sorted. That's a hard thing to get to the Saturday night. Then when you get to the Saturday night, it's even though there's two little mini groups, it's like a winner takes all on a Saturday night, and that's a totally different mindset to play in. So it seems like he's got the mindset for the week long and come here and set himself up for the week. He's now got to learn how to set himself up for that Saturday night and turn that into success.
As I mentioned, David Evans holds the record for Group A and Group B in terms of points. He won 14 out of 15 in Group A, and he's one of a list of players in terms of doing so. Shane McGurk and Alex Spellman have also done so, as well as a certain Scott Mitchell. I suppose Glenn Durham, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson were in that group, weren't they?
Well, just weed it and weep, lads. Weed it and weep. You know what I mean? I'm over the moon to be on that sort of list, but yeah, no, Dave Evans is one of those, and he'll be looking to do some more of that today. He'll be looking at that record and going, maybe I can get some of that today. But there's 4 or 5 others that are probably out there making sure he doesn't.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think about proceedings here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth over the course of the next few days. This is to win the week outright, and they can't split David Evans and Sebastian Białecki at 3-1 respectively. Is the value perhaps further down in the odds, the likes of Thornton and possibly even Darren Armstrong at 20-1?
Do you know what? The Darren Armstrong one absolutely sort of stunned me a bit. When he was here that week, he was in a really, really tough week and a really tough group with seasoned professionals, and he didn't quite shine like we thought he would, but he had a little bit of something about him. Here this morning, I think at 20-1, well, that's worth a punt.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And we're going to watch David Evans in action in the first game of the morning session. He takes on Lee Cox, who's making a 12th appearance here at the Live Lounge. Himself and Robert Thornton actually going to break together the all-time appearance record for the Modus Super Series on this Monday morning. But as far as Evans is concerned, he's looking to stretch his streak in terms of good performances during the week and hoping to change it on Saturday night. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with him. David, back at the Super Series, another stint for yourself, and it's fair to say since the last time we've seen you here, there's been a lot of change.
Yeah, there has. There's been quite a lot of different changes, and as concerning new shirts, new sponsors, and it's good. All feeling well.
New darts for yourself. So how has it been going since the last time we've seen you?
Very good. Yeah, started off slow, and then got my new darts from Unicorn, and they've been going really well.
In terms of yourself here at the Super Series, in the group stages, the Monday to Friday, we've seen some really good stuff from yourself. Is it fair to say maybe Saturday's been the one night where there's been a couple more questions to be answered? Yeah,
it's just getting over that line of the semi-finals. I can't get past it for some reason, but I'm back again to give it another shot and get to that final hurdle and hopefully get to Champions Week.
In terms of this, as you mentioned, obviously a couple of changes for yourself. So is Group A an opportunity? Of course you want to win it, but an opportunity just to work in a couple of bits, embed a few bits in a match environment? Yeah,
it is. Obviously, like we say, new equipment, so it's giving me time. But with these guys in here and the girls as well that come along, you can't take anything for granted. So you just got to hit the ground running and go forward.
I mean, you look at this group, there's a number of experienced campaigners. Of course, you yourself, one of them here at the Super Series, Robert Thornton, Lee Cox. They've all been here a number of times. And so for yourself, how much does that play into it, knowing that everybody in that room knows about this format inside out?
Well, that's the thing. It's the experience that's here. With the experience that's here, you know fine well that you're going to get the best out of them, and you've just got to, like I say, hit the ground running with them and try and use your experience against theirs. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but just got to move forward with it.
We'll see whether it worked today. David, good luck.
Thank you very much.
David Evans then in action in our first game of the morning session. He takes on Lee Cox to kick off week 6, the halfway point of Series 8 at the Modus Super Series. Two players who have shown glimpses of their best here, but will both agree that they haven't truly fulfilled their potential here. Lee Evans, Challenge Tour event winner in 2024. The 40-year-old from Crawley, hoping to make it through to Saturday night, up against David Evans, who made it through to the quarterfinals of the last ever BDO World Championships. The 34-year-old from Preston, who around that time was one of the best players about a tour card, and during COVID played the online from home version of this competition and played some superb stuff. Then got on to tour, and I think he'll be the first to agree that it didn't quite work out to the type of plan that he would have liked it to, as Jack Garwood officiates the action during the first few days of this week, and the first few darts are going to be thrown by Lee Cox. And for the next few days,
100.
I'm delighted to be in the company of Scotty Dog Mitchell. Hi, Scott.
Cheers, H. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, you mentioned the online stuff. Dave Evans was
43.
absolutely masterful at that when we were playing from home during COVID. That was really where he first came to the
60.
fore and made his kind of name in the game. He was around before that, but he really shone in that, and he's gone on and on
99.
with sort of Challenge Tour stuff, and as we say, been very successful here. Getting to those Saturday nights, but just not
80.
quite getting over the line. He referred to it himself of that's not quite getting past that semi-final, and I think I can relate to that. I think I've been to a couple of semi-finals in my
99.
3 appearances or 4 appearances here, and yeah, you've got to go some. You've got to leave nothing in the practice room and take it all up there and hope it all goes for you.
45.
Both players will feel like getting off to a good start is key. I mentioned at the beginning of the show that it feels like a group full of opportunity, and so when you're involved in a
140.
pool of players like that, you want to, right from the get-go, stamp your authority upon proceedings.
45.
Evans will leave himself on,
David, you require
20 after 12 to take an opening leg break. That's all good. Shuffles across. Some players have gone ball after the block with dart 1, but Evans will persevere at the top of the board, and he has got 6 from here
44.
to take out the opening leg, and he will return for 76.
Yeah, the ball route may have been a route that you'd have gone if you were a little bit warmer and you've had a couple of games today already.
57.
It's a little bit
David,
like the
you
exhibitions. You try to go
76.
double-double when you've had a few games. You don't try them first game of the day.
So in the first leg of the day, tops.
56. Lee require 114.
It does feel like a Monday morning where both players are just warming into proceedings. And so Evans, with his 7th visit of the leg,
58.
he's going to get another
David,
3
you
darts to
require
take
20.
out this opener. Double 10 is what he's looking at. Now double 5.
No score.
Early morning blues
Lee
there from
require 56.
Dave Evans. That double 5 was way off. Yep, it's just in there, Lee.
$46. David, you require
Definitely
20.
Monday morning blues going on here, first leg.
Well, the good news is it can only get better from here.
Game shot on the first leg. David Evans.
Well, the first leg of the week is won by David Evans. I don't expect there to be too many 23 dart breaks of throw in
Second
terms
leg,
of week
it's David
6.
to throw first. Game on. $57. $140.
Now you look at this week, Scott, and you particularly look at this Group A, and you just
84.
get the sense that there could be a lot of tight, edgy encounters just because of the way that the players are made up, and there's a lot of players that will perhaps play
100.
the player as opposed to play the board.
Yeah, you can tend to do that here. Obviously, you're putting that back room and you're kind of thrust together. I've mentioned it in the past here where
174.
you kind of all know each other to a point. Probably Pontus is the exception to that rule here, and you know of each other, but you've never really sat on the same table together in any dart event before. You've been on other tables, so you find out a lot more about each other, and you can then get dragged into that situation where you start to play one another rather than going up there and playing the board and
Lee require 136.
trying to do our little 15 darts and be out in 15.
We give for a treble here.
60.
Unable to find it.
David, you
So
require
Evans got a
130.
little fish in the locker. He needs to find the treble to do that. And once again, is sank his first dart low, but recovers well with dart 2 and a dart at the bull.
105.
He's grazed on
Lee
the
requires
25 to reel in the
76.
little fish. And so a dart at tots for Cox.
56.
Goes
David, you
below.
require
And so
25.
Evans for 2-0 lead. Look at 25.
Goes to the 9 for double 8 route.
Game shot on the second
Polishes
leg.
it off
David
nicely,
Evans.
and I think we can quite honestly say Dave Evans is now
Third leg. It's
the
Lee
more
to throw
confident of the
first.
two with
Game on.
momentum.
Gone very early with the momentumometer, haven't we, Scott?
I have, but I can just see
60.
that the way that he's throwing and the expressions on Coxey's face that he's not enjoying himself already early doors as Lee
54.
Cox.
Well, I imagine that you've either played, David, or been in as many tournaments that Dave's been in as well, that
55.
he comes across as the type of player that no matter what level he's playing at, if he's winning, he can build a confidence and build this ability just to carry on just motoring along, no matter what the level is, to find a way of grinding out a win.
100.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's carbon copy. If you can get a couple up on Dave and start making him think a little, sometimes you can get him, but that's not always the case. But he's one of those that
45.
he's becoming established. We spoke at the top of the show about how I like how Bieletsky is doing the things that he does, and slow and steady wins the race. And I think Dave is one of those as well.
119.
Obviously, circumstances outside of darts have changed. You know, he now got a pub and things like that. So his work sort of commitments have changed. So
60.
he's now settling down with all that and getting back to the Dave that we know from sort of 18 months, 2 years ago.
I'm going to say something which might be a little bit controversial here.
58.
I know he's joint favourite to win the week, but I think 3-1's too big on Sebastian Bieletsky. I think that's value.
Yeah, I think so.
134.
Again, he's
David,
a
you
seasoned
require
campaigner here,
170.
Sebastian. So yeah, that's a good shout.
Evans isn't going to reel in the big fish. Now, the issue that David's got is because of the way his darts stand up and because of the setup he has, when the first dart goes below the treble 20 bed, he
Lee require
almost has to run for
147.
cover because it's hard to find a way of readjusting with dart 2 and 3.
Yeah, and they don't go in on a 90 degree angle to the board as well. They kick a little bit sideways. So where that last one was,
115.
underneath and to the left,
David, you
means the
require
flight is still to the right
114.
and blocking all sorts of problems. But it's 114 here. Treble 18.
$58. Lee require
And
32.
so Lee here, double 16 to get his first leg of the day on the board.
Game shot on the
There's no
third
mistake.
leg.
Back
Lee
to
Cox.
2-1. Just keeps David Evans thinking, although he does have the darts to re-establish that 2-leg gap.
Fourth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
A nice little do-si-do there to start the leg. Like a bit of country dancing, me. But yes, I totally agree.
26.
Although Evans was 2-0 in front there, towards the end of that leg, he didn't do a lot to show Lee Cox that he was confident to get leg
84.
3. And Coxey just comes on down, does his thing. prolific county player is Lee Cox. He just wins game after game after game.
99.
I think he did a 9 out of 9 a couple of seasons ago, and he was
108.
9 out of 9 or 10 out of 10 or whatever it was this year, and lost his last game of the season to go through 2 straight years without being defeated, and that takes some doing. That does. Even only losing 1 in 2 years takes some doing at the county scene, I can tell you.
And I think that's the biggest bit about his frustration in terms of his record here, because we have seen good moments from Lee, but
121.
in terms of the actual end result, it hasn't corresponded in the way he would have liked it to. But he has left himself on a finish after 9 here to turn this game around, and he may have to take out the 116 because David Evans is on the scene and leaves a 2-darter.
Single 19, don't miss the single. 1 dart at the double. Oh, here we go.
Flag,
Momentum has definitely changed here. You'll go first now, Lee.
5th flag, it's Lee to throw
He's
first.
got that one. Lovely.
Game on.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. With what he's doing away from here, I can understand why he gets frustrated
55.
when it doesn't quite go the way that it's going everywhere else for him. It doesn't seem to happen here for him at the Super Series.
And I suppose that we can compare it to maybe your record at Lakeside before you won it,
58.
Scott, because you did well on the circuit, but Lakeside never really was a happy hunting ground until you won it. So you could probably relate to how Lee's feeling, the fact that everywhere else things are going well, but when it
45.
comes to playing on that stage in particular, the memories don't tend to be happy ones.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. That can happen, and sometimes it can be a venue that gets in your ear, or it can be anything that you allow to stop you
25.
is the problem with darts. It's you can have the best management in the world, you can have the most sponsors in the world, you can
60.
as soon as you go to your foot to that hockey, you then have to perform. You then have to produce to the people that are backing you. And sometimes that can be a lot harder than you give credit for. Some players get all the backing
58.
and it doesn't work for them, and they go back to being an individual as they were, funding themselves, and it works like a charm for them. It depends on the player's attitude and how they feel about the situation, really.
60.
When you had those initial struggles at Lakeside, did you feel like no matter what kind of view you had, you could scoop up the circuit, but did you feel different when you walked through those doors compared to when you walked into the other arenas?
Oh, definitely. It was the
80.
arena that all the eyes were upon you. You know, you could go and win whatever locally, and people would expect you to win it, or you'd go and win a couple of ranking tournaments or something in a year, and
96.
but all eyes were upon you. You know, you had your local TV coming round. It was a massive thing. Would come round and interview you before you went, and it was a massive difference for me going to Lakeside than playing anywhere else.
96.
And I think for me, I obviously went off and I got a mind coach to try and get my head past it, and he was absolutely fantastic, and I probably
101.
a lot of my success of the 18 months before, I did actually win it down to him and Stephen, but who did it. But then when you've won it, and we spoke on it with the Neil Duff thing at the top of the show, when you've won it, then the attention's
Lee
on you even
require
more.
84.
So though you only had that attention on you for 1 week, all of a sudden then that attention's on you for the next 2 years. And yeah, it's difficult. It becomes difficult. It can be a weight on your shoulders.
It's a big dart at double 11. That a big find, and from 2-0 behind, Lee Cox now leads 3-2. And it wasn't too long ago when we thought that David Evans was in full command of proceedings, and now he's throwing to stay in the contest.
Yeah, it was a one funny throw, wasn't it? On that 114 for Evans, where he was a mile off the treble 20, a mile
96.
off the treble 18, and he seems to have sort of undone himself, if you like.
40. 100.
Also at the top of the show, we said it was an even group, and this is just
60.
about showing it.
I think there'll be a lot of tight darts to begin this group. And I think it's because all the players will know there's
42.
opportunities there, but every single player also probably has a couple of question marks against them, let's say.
58.
I don't think there's any player you can look at going into this group and think, right, that's the person. Anyone you could argue possibly would be Seb.
85.
But I think everybody else has a point to prove going into this group and going into this week.
Oh, not much mistaken here. I think Lee Cox has got a problem with his right eye. He keeps playing with his right eye as he comes back, keeps rubbing it. If you look at it when he comes to the board, the right eye is definitely looking very different to the left.
125.
Yeah, we'll see what the reason is for it. I don't know whether Lee's a hay fever sufferer or not. I know I am, and
39.
I'm struggling a little bit
David, you
this
require
morning,
53.
ironically with my right eye. This to send us all the way to a deciding leg. Evans wants tops. Now double 10. Looks hard work for him. You can just see in his
43.
face, see in his demeanour. Just looks a little bit hot and bothered up there, does David?
$99. David, you require 10.
He's hit this once already in this game.
Double 2. Doesn't
6.
go. And so
Lee,
from
you
2-0
require
down,
84.
Lee Cox has the opportunity to win this game 4-2. Double 12. And Lee Cox
Game
is
shot
on
and
the
the match.
board.
Lee Cox.
It wasn't the best of games, but Lee Cox will be happy enough with the points in the pocket. He gets the better with David Evans 4-2. It was that 116 checkout that really lit the spark for him, winning 4 legs in succession from 2-0 behind. So Cox beats Evans by 4 legs to 2. Thornton and Lishman's up next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanowski.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
I think she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Lee Cox went out a 4-2 winner against David Evans. That 116 checkout really getting him going, winning 4 legs on the spin from 2-0 behind, 4 from 8 on the doubles as well. Next up for us, we're going to watch Robert Thornton and Tommy Lishman go toe-to-toe. Lishman back here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's his third crack at the Super Series. The man from up north, originally won an ADC qualifier and has impressed us ever since. As for Robert Thornton, he's making a record equalling 12th appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the twice World Seniors champion, up against Lishman, age 29 from Hull. The Flame looking to light the spark here at the Live Lounge on what is his third Modus Super Series appearance. I suppose you can't start a fire without a spark, and Thornton hoping to spark his week into life with a early victory. And I feel like for Robert, he could do with a good week here at the Live Lounge. The senior circuit in 2024 hasn't quite gone to plan for him. Missed out on his first ever Saturday at the Live Lounge on his previous appearances, so maybe overdue a bit of an upturn in form.
100.
Yeah, possibly. I think the senior circuit, though, has got so much sort of better. There are more players that
59.
can win sort of situations at the World Seniors Darts now. And whereas Robert, without being disrespectful, I was there at the time, and, there was
81.
There was not the depth in talent that you have now with the inclusions of the likes of Hendo being there now, Ross Montgomery being there now. There's just, and some of the guys that have been there for a couple of years, Derek Coulson's and stuff, have now started to produce. Richard Rowlands now started to produce the talent that we know that they've got. So I think the World Seniors may have been seen as a bit of a soft touch back along, but I can tell you, it's not the case anymore.
140. Tommy require 140.
Lishman looking to kick off with a cracker now. Do expect him every now and then to go some weird ways for certain things. He is a little bit maverick at times, but
Robert,
keeping it straight, finding a ton, leaves himself on tops, forcing Thornton to take out the 102 to save throw, and he may do so on tops.
82. Tommy, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. Tommy Lishman.
Lishman up and running. 14 dart breaker throw.
Second
not a bad
leg,
way
to throw first.
Kickstart the week.
Game on.
No, not at all. And you've got to remember, the likes of Tommy would have been watching Robert
60.
On the big stage, on the big screen. And a chance to get to play Robert even now.
93.
It's probably an honour that I know Tommy, little bits about Tommy, and he's just a nice guy.
100.
Who gets on and plays. He doesn't worry who he plays, and that's the area he's from. It's a darting hotbed, and
60.
he comes into games like this and just laps them up.
97.
We say that some players have to go through hell and back to get here to the Super Series. Tommy Lishman's had to go to Holland back to play at the Super Series.
85.
Second player from that part of the world to play in the Live Lounge. The other one ain't too bad. Reece Robinson.
123.
Yeah, indeed. As I said, it's a hotbed of darts, that area. I know we went up there with Dorset and absolutely got battered by them on the Saturday.
96.
They really did. Their A team was superb.
121.
17. Bull isn't going to go, and so Thornton
40.
he's going to need to take
Robert,
out this 167, you feel. Otherwise, he could be in a spot of bother here, because Lishman is left on 81 to back the breakup which he found in the first leg
57.
with a holder
Tommy,
throw
you
in
require
leg 2.
81.
.62 left. He's missed the big number. The bullseye would have been
41.
blocked anyway.
Robert, you require 110.
Not so many now, but
38.
that's why 110,
Tommy, you
really trouble
require
19
40.
should be the shot.
Double 10.
20.
Doesn't go.
Robert,
Fulton
you
may just
require
get a dart
72.
at tops here.
On the 16 route, 2 of those. Oh, he's made another mistake. It's early doors here for Thornton.
Well, this is the
40.
tense, scrappy start that we
Tommy, you
said could
require
possibly
20.
happen in this group. Nishman staring down a 2-0 lead. But he's unable to convert.
16.
And he knows he's
Robert,
had a
you
great
require
opportunity to really
32.
get the running early on in proceedings.
Another one of those for Thornton.
Game shot on the
She
second
duly
leg. Robert
obliges.
Thornton.
He will feel fortunate to get back, and Tommy Leafman
Third
knows
leg,
he's
it's
fortunate
Robert
to
to
get
throw
back.
first.
Yes. Taps himself
on.
on the side of the head, Leishman. Big, big smiles. Telling himself, come on, son, think about it. If he'd have been playing somebody in the local dog and duck league on a Wednesday night, he'd have had
140.
that in a flash.
And the other thing is he knows Thornton's so capable of this. He spurs opportunities to go 2-0 up.
81.
Thornton finds a leg on the board and then kicks off 140.
$66.
Of course, you can get in touch with us here at the Super Series. Our social media feeds, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at MSS Darts, where we'll post the best of the action, including maximums like that. And of course, you can get in contact with us courtesy of the YouTube chat room. It looks like
135.
things are just beginning to heat up in this contest.
Yeah, starting to throw with a bit of freedom.
180. Robert, you require 160.
And from nowhere, Tommy Lishman's now found his third max of the match. It could be irrelevant, but Thornton grazes the barrel of dart 1 into the
82.
treble 1 with dart
Tommy
2. And
requires
so
60.
Lishman's on for an 11 darter here. If he can find tops. Well, he's had
Game shot on the
spells of
third
brilliance in
leg.
this
Tommy
game, a
Lishman.
14 and a 12, but the big frustration will be with the leg prior, because he could be phoned for the match now, and I
Fourth
think
leg, it's
the
Tommy
smile
to
on his
throw
face
first.
is a
Game on.
recognition to that. However, he's still in charge of the contest. Holds here, he's 2 clear with 3 to play.
59.
Well, yeah, those smiles show exactly how he feels about the game. He loves playing the game, does Tommy, and
100.
I said he was a nice guy earlier, and he's just showing that he is. He's one of those. I said to him earlier, I said, is there anything you'd like me to say? I went down into the practice room, and he said, no, I trust you, Scotty, which was very nice of him indeed.
80.
It's funny because I spoke to him this morning and I said, what would you say is your biggest achievement in darts? And
85.
cheekily he said, week 6 winner.
Ooh,
140.
bit of confidence to go with that nicety. Fair play.
That's Tommy Lishman's 4th max of the match.
180.
He's the player, if anyone, who's really beginning to bring the standard to life.
145. Tommy, you require 85.
This is for a 3-1 lead. This is for another 5-visit leg. But he's missed the big number. There's been a few of them so far this morning.
45.
And
Robert, you
Thornton's
require
been
36.
close to Tommy's coattails. And could be level at 2-2.
Game shot
with
on
a
the fourth
14
leg.
darter of
Robert
his
Thornton.
own.
Fifth flag, it's Robert to throw first.
That's a
Game
little
on.
bit of a stare there from Tommy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was indeed. I mean, we see players match up their
125.
shirts to their stems and flights on their darts, but I think Tommy's matched his shirt to his hair colour today.
100.
He said he didn't mind what I said. I did say that. I did do a lead in.
100.
He's a top man. Just an absolute top man, a nice guy.
Calls himself the Flame.
140.
And in terms of the power scoring, he's on fire.
He certainly is. There we go. Scoring power pack right there.
100.
The one important bit is on the right-hand side where it says 2 to Thornton, 2 to Leishman.
And Thornton here could potentially be
97.
6 darts away from moving 3-2 in front. Leishman does leave himself a finish of 164, but Thornton will be thinking that he's going to get a couple of visits to get this leg won, but is just straight off kilter, but recovers with dart
Tommy,
3.
you require 164. $78. Robert, you require 91.
Both with big last trebles on their last visits to keep them in touch.
$22.
So this
Tommy, you
before the
require
break,
86.
if Leishman can find this leg, he'll throw for the match in the next. But again, it's another dart which misses a big
32.
number.
Robert, you require
So
69.
Thornton will return to put himself in front for the first time in this match.
Game shot on the fifth
A
flag.
real important
Robert
leg, that
Thornton.
one. A real important leg. Gives Thornton the momentum.
Sixth flag. It's Tommy to throw first.
And like you say,
Game
you
on.
saw Thornton be all over the place to throw before, and then he leaves himself that and goes bang, bang, straight out.
60.
Lovely, lovely stuff from Thornton. But just when you think that he's fallen off the barrel, he then steps up with a nice little 69 shot with 2 darts.
100.
And that's what these top players do. You think when you've got them with a bad score, they tend to forget that as fast as it's happened. And
100.
prime example of it there with the experience of Thornton.
I was wondering why you keep heaping purple praise upon
140.
Tommy Leishman. And then I realised that in Series 4, Week 7, you played against Tommy and you beat him both times.
Well, did I? I've got no idea.
41.
I've got no idea.
Well, this is news to you, Scott, but you beat him 4-3 on the Thursday and then you
140.
gave him a 4-0 toweling on the Friday. Although Tommy did miss 12 darts at a double.
Well, he is a very, very nice man then, isn't
60.
he? If he let me do
Robert, you
that.
require 121.
There has to be some way to win the match. Doesn't have to go treble 17 ball if he doesn't want to. Thornton's playing well, averaging just under 93.
97.
But you just get the sense he feels like there is still more in the locker. Leaving double 12 after
Robert, you
12
require 24.
to get over the line and to kickstart appearance number 12 with a win. He's 12 points away from doing it. It's a win for Thornton to kickstart his week. He gets the better of Tommy Leishman by 4 legs to 2. The Thornton needed a couple of legs to get going, but once he did, he really did get going. As to Tommy Leishman, he may feel like those were a couple of points left out there for him after the start he made to proceedings. That's how the game went. 4-2 to Thornton. Coming up next, Pontus Danielson makes his debut against Sebastian Białecki.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53. No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where so far we've seen 2-4-2 victories for Lee Cox and Robert Thornton. Thornton beating Tommy Lishman by that scoreline before the break, averaging just a shade under 91, 4 for 9 when it came to the finishing. And to complete the first round's worth of fixtures, we've got a meeting of Sweden and Poland as Sebastian Białecki takes on Pontus Danielsson, who's making his debut here at the live lounge in Portsmouth against a man who knows what it's like to taste weekly victory here in Portsmouth. But for Pontus, making his debut here, the 32-year-old from Morbianga in Sweden. He did tell me about that this morning. ADC European qualifier up against Białecki, now aged 20. Quarterfinals at the UK Open a couple of years ago. Weekly winner under this roof. Made it through to a Champions Night as well. It's hit a 9-darter here at the live lounge to boot. But what can he do against the Swede? And Seb, you'd say, out of the 6 players prior to a dart being thrown, you would say is the player probably most capable of succeeding in the task of winning this group.
First leg, it's Pontus to throw first.
Just through experiences alone, he's been in varying good groups here. And got through them to the Saturday night. He just finds a way. And obviously he's been 60 on some right large stages in World Darts. From World Cups to World Championships.
Well, you spent some time with Sebastian Białecki in a playing capacity. Now, we mentioned that week where you got the better of Tommy Lishman. Well, you got through to that Saturday night, and Sebastian Białecki gave you a 4-1 stuffing.
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, absolutely. Probably did.
Well, you missed 16 darts at a double in that game, Scott.
Thanks very much.
60?
Yeah, you know, if you're trying to fluff me up, it's not working. No, but I agree. I think I do like the fact that the way that he plays, he does take chances, and that's one thing you can't teach. I always say that it's easier to go and hit a double after somebody's missed, but can you take the risk of waiting for them to miss before you have a go? But I just think that there's something I see in Sebastian, that I see him becoming more complete and more complete as the games and the months and the time goes on.
Sebastian, you require 124.
I don't think we're seeing him at his very best yet. I think we're going to see him better. I think I see him very much in the Ratajski mould, where he kind of understands financially that this is a great thing for him, for a country where he lives. It gives him big opportunities, if that makes sense. So, yeah, fair play to him. You've got to dedicate yourself to it and really go for it.
Double 18 for 13 dart break. And expect a few of them this week from Sebastian Białecki, a player who's had a 9 darter at a Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And one thing that many people say is Seb's real big strength is his composure, just the way that it doesn't matter what happens, he'll just keep himself streamlined. For a young man, only 20 years of age, remember, he keeps a lot of things in check.
Yeah, very much so. He does. I think he was the one that beat me to stop me going 15 out of 15 on my Group A, yeah.
I wasn't going to mention it.
It's all right. I'll just chuck myself under the bus. You don't need to do it.
Joe mentioned that Saturday night as well.
96.
No, he got me in the semi-final as well. That was the only twice he beat me all week.
$134. $58.
It's been a much better second leg compared to leg 1 for Pontus. Just beginning to settle down to 60. The task.
Big tall man, isn't he? Not quite as tall as Jimmy Vansky, but he's right up there, isn't he? That's one of the tallest guys we've had here.
Require 127.
He is right up there. I had to stand on stilts just to greet him.
Did he have to sit on a chair, 55. Though, to be interviewed by you? Was that?
That was Jimmy, yeah. Plus, he was counting in his mind.
Yeah, I remember that. Legendary moments here at the Super Series.
56.
Jimmy counted to 5 in his head.
72.
Superb.
Pontus's mind will be on the matter here.
35.
Have a position of authority. He's made a little bit of a mess of that, but the only thing that at least goes in his favour is the fact that Seb is all the way back, and it hasn't been a great leg on throw for the pole.
Pontus should require 37. Game shot on the second leg.
Now, what we've learned already is Pontus is a double 12 player.
Likes the higher doubles on the board, I would go as far as to say.
I suppose this is one of the things with a player like Pontus, where we haven't got too much in terms of information about him. Well, an ADC Europe qualifier to play here, so everybody's going to learn about Pontus on the spot. Whether it be the players in the practicing, whether it be us sat here in the commentary box, or indeed yourselves watching at home.
96.
And sometimes they're the exciting players to watch because we have no prior form and no prior knowledge, and sometimes you can unleash a real gem. Andy Davidson, probably the best 96. Example recently of which.
Yeah, very much so. I believe he's been signed up by a management company already off the back of that. So, yeah, Andy Davidson, we were here that first week. You know, going, where has this guy come from? How has he been hidden out in the corner of Edinburgh and unnoticed?
I don't think he's going to be allowed to be unnoticed 45. For much longer.
That was my exact conversation with him after that week, after that finals night. I said, you might have been going under the radar up till now, young man, but I said, you won't 95. Be anymore. You have just introduced yourself to the darting world.
Well, very quickly, following that, made an appearance on one of the boxing podcasts.
100. Sebastian, you require 170.
We're going to reel the fish in. Isn't going to go, and so Pontus is going to go at the 160 to move 2-1 up, having conceded the first.
82. Pontus, you require 160. $60. Sebastian, you require 88.
So to re-establish his lead, and it'd be the third successive leg at the beginning of this game that would have gone against Fro. Double 7
81.
does not go, and so Pontus has got an
require
opportunity to
100.
turn a one-leg deficit into a one-leg lead.
Treble 20 bed is clearly open, but he's gone top
80.
route.
Sebastian,
So
you
we found
require
out a little
7.
bit about him there.
Double 2 doesn't go,
5.
and so Pontus is
you
going to be
require
presented with
20.
another opportunity here.
A big opportunity you feel he has to take.
Game shot
And
on
he
a
duly
third leg.
does.
Pontus Danielson.
He's 2-1 from 1-0 behind. One thing we have
Fourth
learned is he's
leg,
got
it's
some real
Sebastian to throw first.
resilience about
Game
him.
on. $59.
Well, this game will bring the curtain down on the first round of
100.
fixtures. Evans and Thornton, game 4. Białecki, Cox, game 5. And Lishman Danielson will round off round 2.
93.
And actually, look at the way that the games have panned out going into round 2. If Danielson can win this game, you'd actually have a game between a player who
100.
has won a match today against a player who lost their opener.
$95. $140.
Playing his way back into the leg here, Danielson, after
$140. Pontus, you require
I think
161.
he really needed those 2 trebles. Treble 17, a little way, but he'll go across to the 19s from there.
65.
And after the
Sebastian, you
first
require
start there, it
114.
fell apart.
And so what could Białecki make of the 114? Treble 18 will leave a dart at tops. Tops it is.
94.
And that could have been the
Pontus,
bolt
you
from the
require
blue that may have
96.
lit the spark for Białecki. So this for a 3-1 lead, which after leg 1, if the truth be told, did not look likely. But it could very much be the case.
80.
So he cannot find the double 8.
Sebastian, you require 20.
So Białecki returns to double 10 to square this contest up at 2-2.
Game shot
In
on
it
a
goes,
fourth
just
leg.
grazes the
Sebastian
wire into the
Białecki.
corner, and we have a level game once more.
Fifth leg, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
Nice little ghost throw there before towards our camera from Pontus, but
125.
he feels got away. His dart angle into the board. I can get a little view of it out the commentary box window here, and they go into the board very, very flat. They're kind of a short, bulbous
100.
barrel, so very front weighted. And with his height, I think they fly pretty flat through the air as well, and he's pretty much pointing
58.
at what he's aiming at, where shorter players have to aim above it and let it drop down.
$20.
Dart on dart out there from Sebastian Białecki.
Pontus looking to join the assembly line, it
96.
seems, of Swedish players who have had success at the Super Series, spearheaded, of course, by the reigning champion, Andreas Harrison, who beat Cameron Crabtree to the title back in May.
100.
Also seeing weekly wins for Anton Östlund here. We've also seen good runs by Oskar Lukasiak and Victor Tingstrom.
58.
I think I've seen Victor has been named in the Europe Cup squad for Sweden.
They'll be a dangerous proposition, they will, the Swedes.
Yeah, big time. I looked at that team and thought, wow, you are going
58.
to mount an assault on the men's Europe Cup this year, without doubt.
And of course, you've got Vicky Prum on the ladies' side of the draw.
104.
Danielson here can move himself 3-2 to the good. He's going to get, or should get, at least a couple of darts at tops. And I say should because there's been a flurry of missed big numbers early on this Monday morning.
60.
And he's going to have time on his side.
Game shot on
Nice finish there
Danielson.
from Danielson. He has the advantage. He doesn't have to throw the flatty there. We discussed that on 60. I think every time we come here about how few players have worked out how to throw that first dart nice and flat, so that then they can easily go over the top of a clear target for the double top.
58.
Pontus throws a very flat dart anyway. You can see it's
100.
Well, it's interesting. I was speaking to Owen Batesman. He was playing here last year, and it's something that he made sure was in his arsenal, his weaponry. And he actually spent time specifically working on that kind of dart because it will work as an aid. And sometimes it's not just on that 20 bed where maybe you just need that flatter dart to help him out and make a target bigger.
Yeah, with some setups, it's just not possible
136.
to throw a flatty. It's just not possible. With you know, each player's got their mechanics all set up and the way that the dart works. And I've tried many a time to work out how to throw the flatty, and I've been with Owen and Cam, and they go, "This is how you do it, Scotty. This is how my dart just won't flow flat. It just doesn't do it." So I have to go the other direction and try and aim it a little bit left of the 20 to leave the right-hand side open to go past the flight. There is another way of doing it, but or be brave. I've heard some go for what we call the small 20 underneath the treble so that they're right out of the way of the double top.
Although Cam's got no problems. His darts are as flat as a bottle of pop you get free from a vending machine.
45.
You know too much, Henry. You can very much. But yes, you're absolutely right. He does throw a very flat dart as well.
Well, this would be some way
28.
to secure your first win on the Super Series stage. It'd be
he had a little look at it before, didn't he? And he messed up here, but he's hit the big number this time.
97.
But yeah, he hit a big 2, didn't he? And then got disappointed and hit a 3 right after. So, but it puts him in a good position. That you feel this has to go from Seb, or it has to be set up. Now he's created a problem for himself.
83.
Nice dart to go by it.
64.
However, is it going to be in vain? Because Pontus Danielson's going to get a couple of darts at tops, and he only needs the one to secure a debut win on that live lounge stage against a former weekly winner in Sebastian Białecki. It was a nervy start for the Swede, but really did grow into proceedings. 4 from 6 on the doubles. He beat Sebastian Białecki by 4 legs to 2 to round off round 1. Coming up after the break, David Evans takes on Robert Thornton.
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and you join us after we're through our first block of matches. And as you can see, Lee Cox, he takes a 4-2 win over David Evans. Robert Thornton, 4-2 over Leishman. And yes, you can see the pattern emerging. Pontus Danielsson, 4-2 over Sebastian Bielecki. So, David Evans now takes on Rob Thornton. As you can see, odds are that could be a 4-2 to David Evans going on to this morning's performances. But I'm sure that we don't look at that and that won't be the way. See, Thornton won his first game, and for David Evans, you feel he has to get back into this group now as quickly as he can, because he's one of the guys that's tipped for the top of the group, and you cannot be losing too many games early on in Monday morning, because otherwise you leave yourself too much to do at the end of the group on Wednesday.
And it felt like it was opportunity missed as well in that first game against Lee Cox. He was 2-0 to the good, and he looked like the better player for the opening swathes of that game. But Lee found that 116 haymaker, and it was just a jab that suppressed David Evans as he was knocked to the canvas. A 4-2 defeat for him. And now looking for a response. And the first thing we can see straight away is a change of the setup.
45.
Definitely with the stem, definitely with the flight. And is that just a slightly longer point? Or is it because he's gone for a slightly shorter stem, the point maybe looks a bit longer?
The word you're looking for, he's definitely tinkering, isn't he? He's definitely tinkering with the setup, which sort of shows that he's not quite happy with where we are. I think he has. I think he had the longer point in, and he's one of those guys that has always
45.
used a slightly longer point. But yeah, he's definitely gone to a slightly shorter stem and a change of flight. Maybe he felt the other flights were beat up. Maybe he just wanted to match the flights with the stem.
One thing we did see a lot from Dave was a lot of darts going low, particularly with dart 1. And because of the way his darts go into the ball, the angle of entry, it makes it hard to readjust. It does look like, I know we've only seen 3 visits worth of data to correspond with it, but the early signs are that first dart's going in more authoritatively until David Evans there, of course, right on cue, hits the first dart below the treble 20 bet.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing for Dave is, what will happen out in that back room is your opponents will know that you're tinkering. And that makes a hell of a difference to the way that they play you, because they know that you're not overly happy with what you've got and what's going on. I remember a similar situation with a fella called Luke Littler. I don't know whatever happened to him, but he was here. And I remember him throwing his first game with a slightly longer stem. And I went to him at the end of the session. I said, after the first game you changed? He said, yeah, the atmospherics in here, I needed a stem slightly shorter. So I went with the shorter stem, and he won 4 out of 4 with those. And this is the knowledge that Luke has already at such a young age, which was so impressive. I'm not sure that people will see the same with Dave doing it, because
88.
of the fact that he's probably done it out there in front of him, and you just it just does something to you. I remember playing Peter Wright at a Pro Tour, and 42. He changed dart 3 times in the game.
David, you require 72.
And the first time he changed his dart that he wasn't happy with, he was 2-0 up on me, and I was thinking, hang on a minute, you're not happy here. You are not happy at all. And I ended up beating him 6-3, just because my mindset was, at least I'm happy with what I've got in my hand. And it changed my mindset totally. And I went on from 2-0 down, beat him 6-3. So that's why I say, I think if you are changing your setup, don't make a lot of it. Just make it feel like you're changing the stems for, these flights are beat up, blah, blah, blah. You wouldn't go in the back room and say, I've got to change it, because they're not going right.
And particularly in an environment like this, and you can attest this because you've played in this building a number of times, the room in there is very small, and it's not like on a pro tour, a challenge tour, where everyone's on their own little tables, 83. Or everybody's just dotting around the venue, a bigger size venue. In here, you're in a very enclosed space in that practice room, and everybody sees everything that goes on. And so
97.
Those small microscopic things, which may be an event where you've got, say, 128 players, can probably be swept under the carpet a little bit, becomes a bit more magnified here.
59.
Yeah, definitely. I would totally agree. And I think the thing that changes also, we had a little discussion about it, the Saturday night being different to the group stages and the Monday to Friday. Yes, you don't have a crowd in, but also
100.
with some of these guys that live, 3 or 4 hours away, to then have some of their loved ones come and travel down on the Saturday night to watch you
45.
can actually
David,
put
you
a little
require
bit more pressure on than
164.
you sort of give credit for. I don't think you'd ever say, oh, no, I felt the pressure more because you were in the room. You would never tell your loved ones that, but it can be a case that they've made such a big effort to get here for you on the Saturday night that you then sort of like overthrow a little bit, try a little bit too hard because they're here. I know I was very guilty of that on the first
David,
time
you
that I was
require
here. Some
60.
friends came with the wife and everything, and it does take some getting used to, but after a couple of times I don't think of it now, but it did on that first occasion.
Double 10 for Evans to take a 2-0 lead in back-to-back matches.
40.
So he spurned a couple of darts
Robert, you
by.
require 122.
And what changed the game against Evans in his first match was a ton plus check out the 116 of Lee Cox. But Thornton is going to take out the 122 to give him another dosage of that
90.
medicine.
David, you require 20.
Pressure applied though from Thornton.
So double 5.
Shana's second
And for the
leg,
second
David
game running,
Evans.
David Evans is 2-0 to the good. But this time has the darts to move himself free clear.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
You meatloafed me there. You
Game
took
on.
the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say that Evans has got the throw, and that was the difference this time.
Well, it really would be sad
57.
because if he spurns another 2-0 lead, then things would look very bad for him. Find himself 0-2.
89.
And Thornton would be 2-0. 4 points at the top of the table, and already he can begin to
58.
plot his path as far as this group is concerned.
And if Evans can win this game and win his next one,
85.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Well, he'd be hoping that his Super Series dreams come true this week. 12 times he's been here. 11 times he's made Saturday
137.
night. He doesn't need reminding of that record. If anything, he tries to say it himself before I say it for him.
Yeah, I have to admit, if I was
60.
in the same position, I would jump in with it before you as well. It's records are nice to have and to break and to set, but that's one that you don't really. It's like being one of the 14 out of 15
61.
sort of games won on Group A, but you're the bottom one. It's just it's lovely, but it's lovely.
97.
Imagine being in a group full of the best ever and still finishing bottom of it, Scott.
Exactly. Stranger things have happened, young
60.
Henry. Stranger things
Robert, you
have
require
happened.
170.
The fish for Thornton. Another one of them. Oh, bullseye.
145.
Wasn't far away.
David, you require 128.
Frustration palpable on the face of Thornton because he knows Evans is very much up to a task like this.
He's looking for an inspirational game changer. Double 10 here.
108.
Not to be this time. The 128 is always a dodgy, dodgy number because you still have to hit 2 trebles to leave a double.
No score. David, you require
Well, you could hear where he
20.
fought there. The cry of, oh no. Oh, Robert. Oh,
Gage on the
Robert.
third leg, David Evans.
Evans 3-0 to the good. And Thornton knows that's a leg that should have been in his leisure.
Fourth flag, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $100.
How much has that wound up Thornton? I think we can see in the background.
96.
But it can be a little bit like his compatriot Gary Anderson, the fact that sometimes the worst thing you can do is make him angry.
140.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. So every time I play him, I go, hello, Mr. Thornton. Nice to play you, Mr. Thornton, when I shake his hand. But he doesn't fall for that either. He doesn't take falls lightly.
$97.
He's a wise head to this game, is Robert Thornton, one of the most experienced campaigners we've got here at the Super League, not just in terms of playing in this format, but playing in arenas around the world. Twice Premier League participant, twice PDC Major Champion, World Master,
59.
twice World Seniors Champion.
Require 164.
He's got a CV that 90%, probably 95% of players who've ever played at the top
100.
level would be envious of.
Yeah, absolutely. I know he was... I just love his determination about how he plays and how 1 minute he can be down and the next minute he turns it all around. He's one of those players you've never actually got him, and
64.
he's one of the few players I do actually have a shirt of as well.
Game shot on the fourth flag, Robert Thornton.
One of my favourites early doors, and I went and asked him for a shirt for charity, which he
Fifth flag,
kindly
it's
did
David to throw first.
for an auction, and
Game
then I
on.
went and bought it in the auction. So yeah. And now I play against him in the seniors. It's lovely. Absolutely lovely. That's what darts brings to the game. That's what
60.
darts is. Brings just such a good social atmosphere.
Twice World Seniors
134.
Champion, beating Martin Adams and Richie Housen in the first two finals of that competition. Also won the first ever World Seniors match play where he beat Phil Taylor 12-10 in legs. In fact, he's one of the very select group of players that can say that
93.
they've beaten Phil Taylor in more than one televised final, because he won his UK Open crown back in 2012 by beating the Power 11-5. In
57.
fact, he played Phil in 3 big finals in his career. Also played him in the Players' Championship finals, the first ever running of that event, first ever staging, lost 16-9 in legs, and then in the Grand Slam 2013,
120.
lost out 16-6 in legs to the Power. But it is Evans here who is stretching away his lead in the contest and could well be 6 darts away from 2-8 to sealing a 4-1 victory, which would mean that every single game so far on this Monday morning would have gone with throw.
85.
Yeah, an unusual one as well, that. That's not a stat that we usually say.
135.
Thornton trying to do
David, you
something
require
about it here.
143.
Not for the first time, Thornton leaving tops after 12 today, and he's going to get a poke at it. 4-breaker throw to bring it back to 3-2. He then have the darts to
97. Robert, you
force
require
our first
40.
last leg decider of the day. And it
Game
also
shot on
means
fifth
that
flag,
13
Robert
darter for
Thornton.
Robert Thornton that every single game has had at least 6 legs in. And so
Sixth
if you're one of
flag,
those
it's Robert
people
to
that
throw
are
first.
watching at home,
Game
having
on.
a little bit of a flutter and looking at the over-unders market, at the moment the over 5.5 legs in a contest seems to be
93.
a pretty much cast iron shout. You now watch a spate of 4-0s come in.
Well, you have tried to tee it up, haven't you? So, yeah, and give it the commentator's curse, but
57. $100.
Thornton behind in this contest despite averaging 8 points higher than David.
David's not over the line, is he? But you actually said it. When Robert gets a little bit angry, he starts to throw with a little more pace and a little bit more
98.
freedom, I think, when he gets angry. That's the word, a little freedom.
It's almost like it brings a extra type
58.
of ultra focus into proceedings, that you're so wound up, and of course you've got that focus anyway, but sometimes when you really are
100.
annoyed, there's just another 5% that you don't even know that you have in terms of focus in your mind that comes out into play.
Yeah, indeed. And ultimately, you then, when you start focusing like that and throwing the arrows that match it, you tend to bring your opponent back into the game through doing the same to trying to keep up.
50.
And at the moment, you'd say the player that's currently behind is probably the favourite to win this contest because he's left himself 60 to send us all the way. Although David Evans is going to be hot on his coattails here. Very hot on his coattails here. And Maxi visited himself on the double, and suddenly the pendulum has swung. Suddenly this has to go, but it does go, and we go all the way.
That was I'm not bothered what you do. I'm having this 60 anyway, and we're going down the home straight
David
here.
To throw first. Game on.
Well, we could see a second game in succession where David Evans has had a big lead that's come and gone. In game one, it was a 2-leg lead.
58.
In his second game, it could well be a 3-leg lead that's evaporated.
100.
Robert would be disappointed with that. Well, having had 80 in the board with one in his hand, he would have backed himself to hit 140 there. To put Evans under even more pressure. I say
70.
Just the ton, but in the situation, it was a big ton.
That's Thornton's 11th ton of this match. If you actually look at the power scoring stakes, both players have had 3 ton 40 pluses in the contest, but Thornton's had more 1 treble turns, 11 compared to the 7 of Evans. And as the game gets closer and as the game goes further, it's been that kind of power which seemingly is going to see Thornton get the first opportunity at a double to win this contest.
$55.
That's a touch unfortunate there for Evans. All over it like a rash. Didn't actually go in.
100.
Thornton's just continuing with his ton, the old-fashioned way. I'd like to have seen one of those darts at 25 to leave 96, but it's the way that Roberts does it, and who can criticise?
60. Robert, you require 101.
This way has been very successful over the years. How successful will he be here?
61. David, you require
A bit of a miss, that treble 7, but a good miss now that he's left double top, and it's 158 for Evans, and he's got to go treble 20. Not to be. He loved that first dart, so he's disappointed to miss it with his second.
134.
Pressure is
Robert,
been applied to this tops for Thornton.
Once again, David Evans has had a big lead in a game.
20.
But he may get a chance, he will get a chance to win it, because Robert Thornton has spurned 3 darts at a double to win this contest from all the way behind, from 3-0 behind. And now Evans double 12. Thornton has his arms outstretched. As Stretch looks to win the game, but it's a edgy, nervy first dart at double 12.
Tried to make sure there. Whole traitor holding on just slightly too long there to try and make sure it goes. It's double 6. He's an up and down thrower. It's on the side. Is it going to go?
12.
No. Thornton returns.
Robert, you require 20.
And so double 10. Now double 5. And suddenly, from Evans spurning opportunities,
10.
It's now Thornton who feels like he should have crossed the
require 12.
winner's gate and be in the winner's enclosure. And now Evans returns for double 6. So in what has been a strange contest, a weird contest. But a contest that is won eventually by David Evans. Robert Thornton missed a handful of opportunities to win the contest in that final leg, but David Evans gets over the line. He mops his brow, a sigh of relief as he gets over the line in the last leg decider. Coming up next, Sebastian Białecki up against Lee Cox. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, David Evans got the better of Robert Fulton by 4 legs to 3. Each of our opening 4 games of the session have gone with throw, and if that remains the case here, then Sebastian Białecki will pick up his first win of the week up against Lee Cox, who beat David Evans with a 4-2 success in the opening match of the morning. As for Białecki, we put a lot of purple praise on him before a dart was thrown this morning, but has to be said, he kind of flattered to deceive as he lost 4-2 to Pontus Danielsson in the third match of the morning session. But the question is now, how is the Pole's powers of recovery as he takes on Crafty Coxey in game 5 of 15 that we bring you today?
96.
It feels like one of those touchy-feely mornings where everybody's still working each other out here in this Group A. We said it at the top of the show, it was a
55.
big group of opportunity, and it was going to take somebody to grab the bull by the horns and take charge of this group. And as yet, we've not
58.
really seen that.
In some senses, when you're sensing opportunity that much,
100.
sometimes the nerves can go the other way. But somebody needs a kick here, don't they, in this group?
58. $123.
Unfortunate deflection there from Lee Cox.
$97.
Two very different grips here from the two players. Cox holds right at the front of
96.
the barrel and the point as well. And Białecki, he holds right at the back of the barrel but still guides the point with the fingers. And if they're here,
60.
they're both
Lee require
successful.
127.
Otherwise, you don't get to be in the room.
This would be for Lee's second ton top of the day. The bullseye. Would have been for the 1-2-7 and game. But we're going to stay at the bullseye because Białecki wants the champagne finish. Well, he's got a block bullseye if he finds the treble 19. This may well be dart of the week already if he finds.
Yeah, got to go right, can't go left.
107. Lee required 25.
Pitched it the right distance, just didn't quite get the direction on it.
And so this 8-8 for 1-0 lead and a breaker throw for Lee Cox.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
first
exactly what he
leg, Lee
finds.
Cox.
Both players
Second
just
leg, it's Lee to throw first.
having a little bit of a joke
Game
with
on.
one another. It's been one of those mornings where I think everybody knows that it hasn't quite been up to the scratch that we've
45.
seen from them in the past and the high expectations that we do set. And sometimes that just release of
100.
tense, nervous energy can just relax you a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right, it does. And it can.
$100. $134.
Nice change of direction there. Found success on the treble 19 from Lee.
96. $94.
Just having a little bit of a look at the YouTube chat room. There's a lot of love for Tommy Lishman on there right now. We'll see him next against Pontus Danielsson, but Lee looking for a 2-0 lead here.
44.
I'd say earlier, Leishman's a
Sebastian, you
likeable
require
lad.
109.
And so Białecki has a dart at double 16 to level this game up.
77.
Grazes the
Lee
wire, and so
require 84.
Cox comes back for 84 to double his advantage in this contest. It may just be a dart at the bullseye. It will be a dart at the bullseye. And he cannot find the line or the length on it.
Sebastian, you require
Yeah, he was
32.
unfortunate last time, hit a 25, but that time was not one of his
on
better
the second
attempts, and he
leg,
was under a lot
Sebastian
more
Białecki.
pressure with Seb being on double
Third
16.
leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Do you get the sense, Scott, this could be another one of those games that goes over 5.5 legs?
Could well be, yes.
85. $43.
You are watching in the YouTube chat room. Do let us know where you're tuning in to us from around the world. It could be in the UK, it could be in Poland, could be in Sweden, could be
100.
in the United States, or anywhere around the world. Do let us know where you're watching us from, and you can get in touch with us courtesy of our social media feeds. You can see the account tagline at the bottom of your picture there, at MSS Darts, across Instagram, Twitter and Facebook, and we're also
58.
on TikTok, where you can get some funny original content on there.
$96.
It's all about the Tinterweb these days, isn't it? Where you can find all your darting content. You can find everything.
100.
And social media is so good as well to publicise players and events.
Have you got your dial-up Wi-Fi sorted in the farm?
Yeah. Funny enough, we just had an internet
75.
company
Sebastian,
lay
you
a
require 158.
fibre cable through the middle of the farm to get to my house.
May get 3G before too long.
92.
No, we don't want any of that out there. Otherwise, tractor drivers start trying to look at the Super Series results on their phone while they're working. You don't want that.
Can't be slacking, can you? Particularly when the weather's this
44. Sebastian, you require 66.
Yeah, it's been dry, but not really hot enough. We had one really nice hot week to get on and make some hay while the sun shines. Somebody else making hay while the sun shines here. And he makes it nicely with that 66 shot. Not seen the bullseye route for that for a while.
Fourth flag, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
good. So Białecki moves 2-1 in front, seemingly beginning to move through the gears. But this more like it from Lee.
140.
Well, you've been in touch in the YouTube chat room telling us where you are watching
100.
from. Jack McPherson is watching from Scotland. Jack is watching in Worcestershire. Dan Nitro Gaming from City Airport.
108.
Well, here's one. This is my favourite one so far. Daniel Eduardo Hoffman Parra is watching from Venezuela.
I bet the weather's better there than it is here.
140.
In fairness, that's probably not hard. It's July and there's coats about. What a leg this is, though, from Lee.
81.
Ton 40, ton 80. Leans himself on a ton after 9.
$81. Lee require 100.
That was a very brave last start there from Białecki. Double 10 here to level it up at 2-2. Nicely done. Sensible play there. Didn't get drawn into the old showman top shot
Fifth
there.
flag, it's
The
Sebastian
treble
to throw
was open.
first. Game on.
2 digs at the treble and get yourself a double. You would back yourself every time. And he backs himself indeed there.
You consider his
58.
darts stand up to attention. To be perfectly honest, it was the only sensible play on offer. Well, let's get some more of your where you're tuning in froms, if that's even a name of a segment. Nicodem says that they're watching from Poland. We got Tobias
97.
watching from Sweden. We got Alvaro Rodriguez from Madrid in Spain. We've got Welshie in New Zealand. Make that make sense. And we've got Decky, who is an Irish man, watching in the Netherlands. We've got Ibrahim Sangari from South America.
57.
We've got some Brazilian representation. Robbie's watching. He's at home, ill today, watching this and Wimbledon.
60.
We've got Antti in Croatia. We've got Melbourne watching, Ireland watching. Nova Scotia, Canada watching. And we could well be watching
57.
Lee take out his third
161.
ton plus checkout here if he can find the 161, which is unable to do so on this particular occasion, although he has got 6 here to
58.
get the break of throw, which would give him the darts to win the match.
Yeah, the Modus Super Series is a truly global event.
100.
Bringing
Lee require
players in from around the
103.
globe now. The way that the ADC is developing.
We even had a player from
82.
Gibraltar play last week, Craig
Sebastian require
Galliano. Played well on the Friday.
132.
Well, he's already had an issue with the 132 today. And that's because the first dart with the balls are going low in the 25. He finds the
59.
treble 19. He
Lee
has
require 21.
find a route through a block bed. As for Lee, he
James
hasn't
on
got
the
that
fifth
problem.
flag, Lee Cox.
And he now finds himself 3-2 up. And now has the darts to win the match.
6th flag, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. '84.
I remember playing in the Gold Cup and an older gentleman that was 3-0 up on me, just saying to me, is it me or is it you in this last leg?
96.
And I wasn't so polite there as Sebastian Bilecki. I was saying, yeah, you know it's you, you lovely young man. He knew damn well what he was
58.
doing. Is it me or you, young man? Oh, you know what it is, old fella. And now I'm the old fella, still playing, you know what I mean? And I use it. It's great.
So what you're saying is you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
100.
Exactly what you can't. Well, you can. I was a young dog and I learnt the trick. But these days I'm so old, I genuinely can't remember whether it's my throw or not. So I understand where he was now. He wasn't being personal. He really didn't understand whether it was his throw or not.
You do remember that you're here all week, just in case I'm stuck on my own in that chair tomorrow.
121.
Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, very good.
Well, this the crossroads moment in
134.
this leg, and thus the match. And Lee here, a couple of darts away from a 4-2 win. So far today, we have seen 3 4-2s and a 4-3. Every single game has had at least 6 legs in.
39. Lee require 85.
This to get over the line. Tops for a 14 darter. Some
Game
way
shot
to see
and
the
the
game
match,
through.
Lee Cox.
And Lee Cox is 2 from 2. He gets the better of Sebastian Białecki, who perhaps surprisingly has lost each of his opening couple of matches. As for Lee Cox, well, he's finding a way of getting over the line. A much improved performance. He's put 9 points on his average. 88.79 in a 4-2 win against the Pole. Leishman and Danielson is up next.
So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Quite clearly, as it says on the sign there. Will you join us before the break? Lee Cox overturned Sebastian Bilecki 4-2 with another ton plus shot out for him as well, Lee Cox. He was starting to put his name on this group early doors here, but you return and you see Tommy Leishman taking on Pontus Danielson.
And Tommy to throw first.
Tommy was a little unlucky in his first game. 4 180s he hit against Thornton in his first match today, and just was a tad unlucky
60
in not hitting the right doubles at the right time. He was missing and giving Thornton chances, but he knows he can't afford to do
100.
this with Pontus, because he won his first game of the day against Sebastian 4-2 and really
60.
did look like he was one of those players that could get up ahead of steam in this group if he was allowed to continue to keep his tail up and win in matches.
85.
We did say at the top of the show it is a really open group, and so far we're just coming to game 6 in our second block
60.
of matches where every player has played 2 games, and we really are still none the wiser of who's going to try and dominate this Group A.
Early observation here, I know, but I think
125.
there's been points so far today where Pontus has struggled with his line a little bit, where there's just been a couple of darts that have gone off kilter.
174. $85. Tommy, you require 147.
Nishman's going to get first opportunity to win this first leg on the 147. Not going to take it out, and so Danielson 106 to get the breaker throw and to put him in charge of
119.
proceedings early on in the contest.
Require
And
106.
he's going to have to take it out with his opponent sat on a double.
Yeah, more than tidy visit there. I will get me words out from Leishman.
70.
Pressure
Tommy
now
required
applied
28.
from Danielson.
And so double 14 gives
Shot on
Leishman
the
the
first
first leg.
leg.
He's up
Tommy
and running as
Leishman.
the Flame. It's been less the Flame, more Bunsen burner so
Second
far
leg,
for
it's
Tommy
Pontus to
Leishman
throw
so far
first.
today.
Game on.
But we all know if you twist that little bit in the middle on a Bunsen burner and let more air in, the flame gets hotter.
125.
That was one of the weird quirks about the British school system, wasn't it, Scott? Year 7 science was always play with a Bunsen burner.
81.
Absolutely. I had an incident with my Bunsen burner back at school.
108.
The pipe split and the flames were coming out the side of the pipe onto my textbook. My textbook caught fire.
100.
So I thought the best thing to do was just get hold of the pipe of the Bunsen burner and beat me textbook up with the Bunsen burner that was on fire. Yeah, we didn't go back in that day. We had to wait for the smoke to clear from the classroom.
Well, it's slightly better than the dog ate my homework, I suppose.
I did get a house point for that, for saving the
Pontus
school
require
burning down.
96.
But I also had 2 black eyes for it as well.
Well, Danielson's had a really good second leg here.
36.
Honestly, true story that. True story.
$123. Pontus, you require
Surprised you got a good
60.
point for that, because I'd imagine these days you'd probably get a detention for it. Tops. Lovely first dart.
Game shot on second
And
leg.
then
Pontus
fires to level up
Danielson.
at 1 apiece. Mind you, I can't imagine you being the type that had too many
Third
detentions in
leg,
your
it's
day,
Tommy to
Scott.
throw first. Game
No, I
on.
wasn't actually. I was a good boy at school. I was all right. It was easy to look like the good boy where I come from.
48.
We had one or two that have gone on, and yeah, not had the careers we thought they would have.
140.
I tell you what, let's have a little bit of fun because it's Monday morning. Out of the Super Series
140.
who do you reckon's had the most detentions or had the most detentions at school? I think it's an easy answer.
60.
Well, I'd go with the one that, that didn't have many detentions. I could get that one easier. I wouldn't like to say.
57.
I think Barzi must be right up there, I would have thought. Easy to pick on him today as well. He's not here to defend himself.
You're saying Barzi may have asked questions back at the teacher?
I think he may well have done,
140.
I think Owen Binks would win that one, wouldn't he? The detention stakes. Chris Mason probably would if he was at school, but he probably skied so often that he probably wouldn't have got a detention.
56.
No, I think you're tarring Mace with a bad brush there. I'm going to stick up for Mace here.
Oh, don't. He's already told me he didn't go to school properly.
Well,
on air.
Yeah, I know, but then you can't get in trouble then, can you?
26.
So
Tommy
there's a plus
60.
to that.
Anyway, who's going to be the top pupil in this leg? Double 10. Doesn't
40.
go.
Back on 169. Danielson here. Can only set up.
139.
And once again, his short
Tommy
irons into the green,
20.
leaving pressure.
But as Alan Shearer said on Saturday, pressure is for tyres.
15.
Yeah, I
Pontus
just watched that. That was
30.
very good.
Well, I don't think this is going to be a leg that goes down in Super Series infamy.
And you wouldn't split that double 15 because statistically
15.
that side of the board is supposed to be better for the left-hander.
5.
And it is an all-lefty battle.
Game
Two and
shot
it
on
is
the third
Lishman. We
leg,
shouldn't
Tommy Lishman.
really speak too much about left and right after the last week or so in England and France.
Fourth leg, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
Indeed. Going back to that school subject, we used to have to climb up to up ropes to the top of the gym, the ceiling
81.
and down, with a nice little 2-inch mat to save you if you drop from 30 feet. Do they still do that at school?
Well, the apparatus.
Yeah, the apparatus where they wheeled out sort of 5 ropes in a line and you had to climb them.
So you knew it was raining at school when it was PE and the apparatus came out.
60.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Climbing bars up the walls, jumping over horses.
108.
And whenever you picked up an injury at school, there was always one thing that was going to solve it. Blue paper.
Yeah, lots of it. Cold water.
93.
It was like the prequel to the Magic Sponge. You only got the sponges on like match days.
44.
The weird thing we used to have at school was before an exam, we used to get one chocolate digestive each.
Wow.
55.
Didn't get
Tommy
anything like
required
that. Just a bottle of milk we used to
138.
get when I was young, and then that was taken away from us. And as you can see from me, my bones stopped growing. And yeah, it was the worst thing that happened to me.
Didn't grow out to be big and strong then.
No. With hairs on my chest.
56. Tommy
At
required
least you had the
80.
crust.
Exactly. No, I was told if I eat beetroot, I get hairs on my chest. I still don't eat beetroot.
Tots for Lishman. Does
60.
not go. And so Danielson
Pontus
here,
require
156 to square this contest up at 2-2.
$58. Tommy required 20.
Double 10 to make it 3-1. He'd then have the darts to win this contest. Up for double 5. That should be an inviting guide,
10.
but he can't utilise it.
Pontus
And so
required
Danielson is back for
98.
2-2.
Yeah, this one, Leishman hit a 180 and had never followed it with a treble after that, and has got to the double first. He did it in one of the earlier legs with a big 174.
Shot on the 4th
But
flag.
you have
Pontus
to say,
Danielson.
Pontus there, tidy finish.
5th flag. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Leishman ruined a couple of missed doubles again and offering up opportunities.
60.
And Danielson duly was quite happy to take it.
$60.
Just had a message in the chat room from Robbie here. This is a little bit cheeky, Robbie. Henry, I know you're a person that went to the shops before class and got 3 Cokes for £1 and went to school and sold them for £2 each.
60.
Still do that now.
$60.
Everyone's going to have a side hustle.
$60.
Well, you could put your house on a game today going over 5.5 legs. Every single game has gone
100.
6 or more.
$84. $94.
Leishman leaves himself on the little fish to move himself 3-2 to the good.
45. Tommy require 130. $90.
And once again, Leishman gets there first. Danielson
43.
chasing.
Tommy require 40.
Trying to pressure,
Yeah,
but there's
shot on
no
the
pressure
5th
on this,
flag,
and
Tommy
Leishman
Leishman.
takes the tops.
3-2 up.
6th flag. It's Pontus.
And there
to
is a
throw
possibility
first.
here
Game on.
that we could have Lee at the top of the table on 4 points and then 4 players there one after, all on 2. And it'd only be Sebastian Białecki, who hasn't picked up a win so far
100.
this morning.
You would have never predicted that at the start of the day, without doubt.
Absolutely not. Although he does have a
57.
chance to put that right when he takes on David Evans in our next match. Be our 7th game as we approach the middle round of proceedings.
58.
9 more games to go after this one.
$125.
Just going back to the where people are tuning in from. Topic of
81.
conversation on the chat room. Hi to Stephen, who's joining us all the way from South Africa.
Yeah, well,
41.
know that the ADC in South Africa are now getting a spot during series now, and so we look forward to having some more of those
83.
over. So make sure you're watching on the weeks that your compatriots are here competing.
Well, I can actually tell you that the first African qualifier took place at the weekend,
100.
and it is 17-year-old Kendrick Cordum who won that Challenge Cup and will qualify for this series, Series 8. He's the first ADG qualifier from the
86.
African Darts Group, so many congratulations goes to him. Cheered on by none other than Simon Adams, the South African legend himself.
118. Pontus you require 93.
Well, for Pontus, he won an ADC qualifier in Europe, and he's looking to tie this game up at 3 apiece. Went bullseye first on the 93.
85. Tommy you require 60.
And Leishman has now got a chance to win this game 4-2. Tots for the match.
Game shot.
And in it goes.
Tommy Lishman.
Tommy Lishman gets the better of Pontus Danielson by 4 legs to 2. It means that he's up and running. It means that he's on the board. It felt like that was hard work, but it's a win nonetheless. That ends round 2. Coming up next, David Evans against Sebastian Białecki.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanowski.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good market for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, but she gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Monday morning. And so far, so good as far as Lee Cox is concerned. 2 wins from 2 for him. He's the player that tops the pile, whilst everybody else, apart from Sebastian Białecki, have won a game apiece. And as you can see, every single match has gone at least 4-2, with the exception of Evans 4, Thornton 3. And it is David Evans, so we're going to watch up next against Sebastian Białecki, looking to get his first win on the board. He was the joint favourite of the odds parties before dart was thrown this week to go on and lift the title on Saturday night. As far as this group was concerned, though, he was the second favourite to this man in your picture throwing now, David Evans. He went off the 7-4 favourite, Białecki 15-8. And actually, when you look at the odds, they made for quite interesting reading because Cox was 9-2. He's the player top of the pile.
First leg. It's David to throw first.
That's Robert Thornton.
Game on.
7-1 with the bookies. But it's this man in your picture, David Evans, who will feel like he should be 2 wins from 2. Was 2-0 up on Lee Cox in that first
59.
game. Then lost 4 on the spin. Nearly spun another big lead. He was 3-0 up on Robert Thornton before the Scot took that game all the way to a last leg decider. Evans holding his nerve
43.
to win 4-3. As for Białecki, it's been a bit of a disappointment so far this morning, it's fair to say.
57.
Yeah, it's just been a bit of an opportunity thing for him. He's had the chances and
135.
Ironically, it's been 2 from 5 on the doubles on both occasions that he's lost. But he's experienced here.
134.
Sebastian will know that this is not a sprint. It's a long haul over 3 days. You don't want it to be getting away from you and putting too much pressure
85.
on yourself to perform on Wednesday. The group can't be won on Monday, but it can easily
134.
drift away on the Monday.
Bioretsky looking to zoom in to a first leg win.
100. David, you require 117.
But here's Evans. There's eyeing up an opening hold. And he should get a dart at tops. Will get a dart at tops for the 117. Sweet as a nut. Well, it's been difficult to split players so far today. And it's been moments
Second
like that
leg,
which has
it's
been the key
Sebastian to throw
difference. It went
first.
and transpired against David Evans in match 1. It may have gone for him here.
Yeah, our only other 2 ton plus shot outs today have come from Lee Cox, a
59.
116 and 100. So Evans takes the ton toppers early on here in Group A with his 117. I'm sure that will go
125.
before the end of Group A by a long shot, but I still feel it's very touchy-feely here and people working their way into this group. Nobody really grabbing it by the scruff of the neck and saying
59.
this is going to be mine at the moment. I know Lee Cox has won 2 out of 2. There was been opportunities for his opponents to unsettle him.
82.
I'm just looking at the dynamic of things, and I just don't think the players have been able to feed off each other so far. Matter of fact, I think the one player that players have been able to feed off of is Robert Thornton. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the level of play in both of his games, they've been good. Thornton's averaged 90 and 85, and the other players have been close by to him. And that's mainly because he's the pacey player in the group.
Yeah, we've spoken in the past about when you walk in the door on the Monday morning and
137.
some players target the opposition. They target who they know is going to be there and thereabouts in the group. And you target to make sure you try and beat those to make sure that you stay there or thereabout in the group as your main rival.
89. Sebastian, you require 66.
But sometimes that doesn't always work to plan, and Sebastian would have been one of those that
Gave Sean a
nice
second
tidy
leg.
66 there from Sebastian. He would have been the target for most of those players as they walked in the door this morning.
Third leg.
To know that
It's
if you're
David
doing
to
well
throw
against
first.
Sebastian, you know you're not
Game
going to
on.
be far away, and that seems to be the case at the moment.
But suddenly, to the Predator, Bioretsky's become the prey in this group.
60.
Yeah, nicely put, but yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah, definitely. You know, when I come here on a Group A, I look at that group and go, oh, he's going to be one of the tough ones. He's going to be one of the tough ones.
136.
Then you start looking at the fixtures going, oh, I haven't got him with the darts, or I've got him with the darts today. I need to make sure that that counts.
I think we all walked in the
99.
door this morning and we spoke about the players that were in action this week. And we all thought Bioretsky could be the one that really lights up the blue touch paper in this group. I went out on a limb to say that
58.
his odds, if he got going, was a little bit snappy, but there hasn't been no snap about Bioretsky so far. Apart from now, where his average is around about the ton mark.
60.
For Evans, averaging 95 after a leg and a half. This is by far the best that we've seen from two players combined in a game so far.
Yeah, it is. And just to go back to your
100.
comment there, I wonder whether Sebastian came into the room thinking, yeah, I'm favourite for this today. You know, I'm favourite for this group, and it's going to come to me. But it doesn't kind of work like that. You've got to
45.
work hard and keep your levels high, and which he's tried to do, and he has undoubtedly. But everybody else has targeted him, knowing that he's one of the big men in the group here, and you've got to try and turn him over to give yourself a chance.
Well, he's beginning to turn the screw somewhat, is Seb. Leading himself on 161 after a dozen.
57. Sebastian, you require
And actually, the mannerisms
161.
about him that we praised about him earlier on in the day, when things don't go well, he is able to respond because he doesn't change his emotions depending on the
65.
situation. You've played against Seb, you've been in practice rooms with Seb, you've commentated on Seb. Is what we all say in the commentary box when you play against him feel true in terms of his temperament and the way that he goes about things?
Oh, definitely, yeah. There's like, he doesn't give a lot away. He's not one of those that gets overexcited and lets you know when he's disappointed. You can't tell when he's at 26 or a 180 because he comes and walks back exactly the same. And I like that about a dart player. I like that you see him jumping up and down and all.
David, you require
well,
80.
you know, on a 140, punch in the air and blah, blah, blah. It just shows that you don't hit many of them. That's what I think. Oh, don't hit many of those then, mate. I just think there's no need for that type of thing. Yeah, get up for yourself if you hit one in a really important moment.
30.
Come on.
Sebastian, you require 24.
140s and 180s, you'd be shelling them like peas, you know what I mean? It should be jumping up and down.
Third leg.
Hit one in an
Sebastian
important moment. Yeah, give it a little punch, give it a little whatever, but I don't know. We've seen a bit of it here, haven't we? A bit of a peacockery and all that, and I'm not all for it.
I just had to double check whether I was sat in a commentary box with Scott Mitchell or Roy Keane for a second.
No, I'm Ted Lasso
47.
fan, mate. I'm Roy Kent.
Either way, that's your job, Scott. That's your job. 2-1 Białecki leads with the break in hand. Remember, the only player not to have picked up a victory so far today.
$39.
They're just beginning to give out some visible signs of frustration on stage. Shouting out his name a couple of times, just giving himself a bit of a verbal G-up a couple of times.
96.
As you mentioned about Seb, if we took that scoreboard graphic off your screen, you wouldn't know whether he was 10-0 up or 10-0 down in a game.
Correct, and that's exactly what I'm saying. And
100.
I think for him and the style of player that he is, that's a massive plus for him because his opponents have no idea. And I'd say there's a few like it we have here. I would agree that Andreas Harrison is very similar to that. Yeah, he'll give it a little punch when he hits a big double on a big game or whatever. And yeah, nobody's got a problem with that. Nobody's got a problem with that. It's big
95.
moments and all that. But when you're opening up a leg with a 140 and you're giving it the big fist, oh, it just drives me up the wall. Just absolutely drives me up the wall. And yeah, if I'm playing against somebody like that, it gets me going for fact. We were talking about the anger thing with Gary Anderson and Rob Thornton earlier. If somebody starts doing that to me, I go, whoa, come on then. That's the way you want it. That's the way we're going with it. And then I tend to start doing it as well, which is stupid.
100. Sebastian, you require 105.
So you actually hypocriticize your own point.
It's exactly what I do, yes. Well spotted.
45.
So you're just as bad as the rest of them.
104.
Only if they do it to me.
You do sound like a dart player. Well, this is the good thing about going 16s on 104 because the miss either side keeps the shot on. And he's going to get a dart at tops here to recover the situation. And recover it well. He's won 2 legs in this game, David Evans. And he's won them both with 10+ outs. The 104 joins the 117. And we have a level game at 2-2.
See, I don't mind giving it a little bit of a... There, you know what I mean? Give it a little bit of fist there, no problem. He's just levelled it up with a lovely shot. No problem with that.
Haven't seen a dart missed at double so far in this contest. It's been the best contest of the day. There's no doubt about that. And just having a look at the scoring power pack. David Evans hasn't had a 2 or 3 trouble visit in this game, but he's had 10 scores of a ton.
85.
Going about his business in a real proficient manner.
And on top of that, if you're hitting plenty of treble 20s and you're managing to shoot out 117s and 104s,
44.
you then start to be very difficult to beat.
$140. $57.
Well, the score, Scott, is 2-2. And again, it's a match that's going to go over that
95.
5.5 leg mark, no matter what.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And don't forget, you know, it's the Live Lounge is closed during the week, but we're open and you can get your tickets on Saturday evening.
99.
There we go. Just get your lovely phone on. £2. £2 it is. There's a booking fee to come in. And you could be here and experience the Live Lounge on Saturday evening finals night. Come and create the atmosphere for these players to play in. We'd love to have you here.
And we nearly had a big fish attempt there from David Evans. It would have been his third consecutive tub press checkout in this contest. But Białecki has left himself on 48 after 12. He's on for the break to put himself 3-2 to the good. And he'd have the throw to win the match. And the game moves dramatically in the favour of the pole. Białecki 3-2 to the good. And now David Evans is going to have to come back from behind in a day where he has relinquished leads.
I go back to my point earlier there. You couldn't tell whether he hit that double 16 or not. There was no reaction. Wander up, get the darts out, come back.
97.
Business-like. Love it.
And if you are coming on Saturday evening, there's plenty to keep you entertained. You can bring your darts with you. Take part in our 9-dart challenge, which takes place backstage. We'll also have a mini Q&A session. Myself and Scott will be doing that around about half an hour before the session begins. It's not just the darts that keeps you entertained. There's plenty of other things as well. But Białecki hoping to be there on Saturday night once again and winning on Saturday night once again is 264 points away here from getting his first win on the board.
I think the 9-dart challenge player, don't they take on the match board signed by all the players as a prize? What a
84.
prize that is.
Should be signed by the commentators as well.
You don't want to devalue it like that.
50.
Well, Białecki, 6 darts and 180 away from his first win. His best performance of the day by far, average in excess of 90, 3 from 4 on his doubles, and now looking for the biggest of big 20s. Finds it to leave tops after 12.
Does well to find it because he's short in stature, big in heart is Sebastian, and a nice dart over the top there.
100. Sebastian, you require 40.
He really has turned the screw in this leg.
Game shot.
And Sebastian
Białecki
wins over Dave Evans 4-2. Whether he targeted Evans as one of his danger men at the start of the day, well, why wouldn't he? A really, really good game there. 92-5-7 for Białecki and 85-9-7 for Evans. But Białecki holds out as the winner. We head into a short break. We'll return with Robert Thornton taking on Pontus Danielsson.
thinking, hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets there in the end.
Absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break, Sebastian Białecki got his first win on the board, beating David Evans by 4 legs to 2. Good performance as well from the pole, averaging 92.5, 4 from 5 on his doubles, and that was despite Evans taking 2 tub plus checkouts in that game. Our middle match sees Robert Thornton and Pontus Danielsson go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. The winner of this contest will move on to 4 points in this group and will put themselves in a good position to really progress their way through the card in their final couple of fixtures. For Pontus, his first time in an arena like this, having won a European qualifier to play here, whilst Thornton is factually and statistically the most experienced player in this competition. Him and Lee Cox both make their 12th appearance at the live lounge today. No player has had more than them two. And it is the Fawn that'll get us underway in game 8 of our day. Having won one, lost one. And you'd say, actually, Scott, over the course of
60.
The first 2 games that a player has played today, Thornton probably in terms of standard has looked the best of anyone.
Yeah, as far as consistency goes, yeah, he hasn't deviated
83.
too much. He hasn't been sort of like the fiddler's elbow and been sort of up and down. He's been steady as a rock, and that's what he's built his whole career on, really. Making himself difficult to beat.
$108.
Excellent max that from Pontus.
60.
Pontus hoping to show that he's fit for office. And if he loses this one, he might be biding his time.
140.
I like what you did there.
However, if he wins this, he could well be top trumps come the end of the day. But anyway, that's up for debate.
100. Pontus, you require 98.
On for a potential 11 darter here if he could take out the 98. He's already had one of these.
62.
He's not going to add a second to the
Robert, you
collection.
require 141.
Yeah, while we're on an American subject, that was a slightly different route to the first one.
89. Pontus, you require
Route
36.
98, and that one of those just weird highways in one of those states like Massachusetts. Anyway, double 18. Before we really go down a rabbit hole.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the first
14
leg.
dart
Pontus
breaker throw for
Danielsson.
Pontus Danielsson. When he clicks it together, there really is a player there, isn't there?
Second leg, it's Pontus to throw first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game
And
on.
he knows the eyes of Sweden to be watching. He's trying to make his mark in the game, and the way that it
42.
traditionally works is you make a mark in your game in your local little area, and then you stretch out from there and make it in a bit of a bigger area. And as we've also
120.
shown and proven today with our YouTube chat, that we are watched here from all across the globe. So now Pontus has
28.
put himself in a position to be seen around the world, and if you're a good dart player, a good sportsman at anything, all you want to do is get up there and let people see what you've got. That's part of all
70.
why you want to be such a good player. You want to be seen. You want to show people what you've got. And there's no better place than that than here in the Super Series and the Live Lounge.
95.
And I can imagine, and there's probably a lot of people, or most of the people, 99% of the people watching this are probably in the same position as someone like
60.
myself that can only imagine what it's like to be on that stage and showcasing your talents. You've been there, you've done it. Just from a perspective like Pontus will have today, what is it like when you can
43.
actually go up on that stage and you can showcase yourself for the first time?
It's quite nerve-wracking for the first time. You know, you dream of it. You dream of it
95.
for years when you're trying to get into your darts and all the practice at home and everything else. You can find yourself over-practicing and overworking to come somewhere like here. And some will say
108.
you can't over-practice and you can't
Robert, you
overwork,
require
but you can because you
156.
make it such a big thing when you get here that you end up stopping yourself.
100. Pontus, you require 113.
So 113 here off the back of the 180. Treble 18 now. He's hit it. Double top.
73. Robert, you require 56.
Thornton wants 56 to square up at 1-1. Tops of the break back.
Game shot
And
on
break
the
back he
second
will.
leg.
Notching it
Robert
into the
Thornton.
top right-hand corner. Thornton equalises. 1-1.
Yeah, needed that. Really needed
Third
that
leg.
to
It's Robert to throw
try and
first.
stop Danielson's sort of flow.
Game
He
on.
really was starting to getting his flow there, and you feel if he'd hit that double top, he'd have been, it would have been momentum alley, and
140.
Thornton then knows how to stop that momentum, takes that out with one dart at double, and now you can see goes in with
22.
140, and now you see a totally different Danielsson that we've seen in the first two legs. He looked like he was going to dominate it, thrown the kitchen sink
85.
at Thornton in the first couple of legs, still sat there at 1-1. And for one throw, Danielsson was overthinking there the start of that leg.
And this is
60.
where in these types of encounters, at this point of an encounter like this, where you've got a player of Robert Thornton's experience and a player like Pontus who's on that stage for the first time, those two imposters
48.
kind of conjoined down the middle. Pontus with a bit of a nervy turn, Thornton applying the pressure, just forcing the issue upon him, because Robert knows he's been in this game long enough now to
60.
realise that for Pontus, this is a big deal, and he won't be used to these types of scenarios where Pontus was building up a bit of momentum, Thornton wins a leg, and he's thinking, right, he can now get at things here because he's had a
64.
chance, he's missed it. Is that going to lurk in the back of his mind? And it feels like in this first leg, that third leg, this is the case.
You are absolutely spot on, Henry. That is exactly how it is, and it's how it feels as a player. You know that you can stop the momentum,
100. Robert, you require 164.
you know I am one of the elder statesmen now. I'm getting there into my 50s and playing the seniors. Look at this.
139.
Always go for the shot. Otherwise, you start not going for the shot, you'll always not go for the shot. So yeah, and you I wish I'd have known back when I was
59.
in my
Robert
30s,
required
what I've learned
25.
and know now at the age that I am. I didn't mention the age there for a purpose, but yes.
21.
So this is one of the things I really enjoy about the World Seniors Tour, Scott, is I don't have to call you veterans or elder statesmen. I just say has played on the World Seniors circuit.
It means you're old if you're allowed to play.
134.
Anyway,
Robert, you
double
require
2 for the
4.
two-time World Seniors champion.
Game shot on a third leg. Robert Thornton.
Danielson gave him something to think about there with that big scorer before, but Thornton's
Fourth
seen
leg,
that
it's Pontus to
many
throw
many
first.
times,
Game on.
and he just deals with it. He doesn't let it affect him.
100. $96.
Well, this is a little bit harsh in the chat room. £2 to see Henry dressed up in a suit and tie looking like he's a candidate on The Apprentice.
60.
Yeah, I'd say harsh but fair, but I don't know whether you'd get into The Apprentice. That was the only other thing.
Thanks, Scott.
Well, they've all got character, haven't they?
140.
Right, back to the darts.
Sorry, folks. We only see each other about every 3 or 4 weeks. You got to get them in while you can.
134.
Unfortunately, we're here all week.
Open yourself up for that one like a sardine tin there. Lovely.
Well, Thornton here looking to get the breaker throw.
140.
However, that
Robert, you
140
require
from Pontus
137.
has now put him back favourite for the leg.
59. Pontus,
You can argue that
61.
Pontus has been the better player in this contest, but this 61 is to square the match up at 2-2.
$21. Robert, you require 78.
Just see him start to think with that last dart there, Pontus.
38.
And you see a
Pontus
little bit of that with
require
Robert
40.
there as well. Just that last dart trying to make sure, but Pontus is now back. He knows he's a dangerous opponent here, Thornton.
Game shot on a
And that's
fourth
the reason
leg.
why.
Pontus
That's
Danielson.
the reason why. He doesn't fear anything, does he? He plays with no fear.
Fifth leg. It's
And I
Robert
suppose
to
you
throw
come here for the first time and you
Game
wouldn't.
on.
Why would you come here and play with fear?
Also, in some weird way, is this actually the easy game for Pontus in the
60.
respect that on debut you play Robert Thornton, you probably know what you're going to get from him, and you realise that you've got to play a no-mistake game, and so from that perspective, it's probably the easiest game of the 5 to play.
85.
Yeah, it makes you concentrate. It makes you concentrate. But at the same time, he wouldn't be disappointed if he'd lost this game because he wouldn't expect to win it.
121.
He wants to go up there and show the people that are watching, his supporters at home, maybe a sponsor or two, whatever's happening, how he gets to wherever he gets, the friends that help him. He will want to come here and
41.
put on a good performance for them. And he will. It's one of those games where you would throw with a bit of freedom because you're not expecting to overly win it. Now he's putting himself in a place and a
140.
position to win it. Are we going to see a different Pontus for the next 2-3 legs?
Because it's a different type of pressure at that point.
Yeah, you put yourself in the game and you put yourself a chance to win it. I mean,
100.
let's not be, beat around the bush. When I went to and got my card and I played MVG first game, nobody's expecting me to win it. I'm not there to win it. That's
60.
the most relaxed game I can play. And then you can run them close. You start getting close to them, and then you start running them close, and then you start thinking, I can win this. And that's when the wheels fall off.
Remember, you had a game against MVG in the
105.
UK Open. That was
Robert,
a lot
you
like
require
that.
120.
Who?
You and MVG. Anyway, Thornton
Yeah.
here looking for double 10 for the 120. Does a go, and
110.
Pontus is back for the big fish.
Pontus, you require 170.
Yeah, he'll fancy this. Not to be this time.
58. Robert, you require 10.
Double 5. Treble one, double one.
8.
Doesn't quite go, and the misses are beginning to rack up a bit here for Thornton. 2 for 9 on the doubles, and if Danielson can find this 112, he's going to have the darts to win this match.
Yeah, it's a difficult dart to get under because the darts are so flat.
88. Robert, you require 2.
Well, there's only one route for this, and Thornton can't find it.
And once more today, we find
24.
Danielson heading for the 24. The way that he finished that leg, that last throw, was all to leave this, and that's the reason why.
Danielson.
And he now has the darts to beat the 2-time former World Seniors champion, the former UK Open, former World Grand Prix, former World Masters champion Robert Thornton. And when you consider the relative inexperience in terms of competition darts of Pontus Danielson, this would be the biggest win of his career so far, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
45.
You'd think so, but... And is this a game that Pontus would have came into today going, well, if I win a couple and if I can beat Thornton in one of them, he'd go home and feel on debut day he's had a good day.
$100. $96.
And the thing is, you look around the databases around the world, he doesn't play hardly any competition darts. And so he won an
43.
ADC qualifier relatively from a standing start. You can't find anything of him on the PDC Nordic or Baltic, nor can you find much in terms of the WDF database. And so it goes back to that
56.
win in that ADC qualifier, which is the only relative form guide that we have to Pontus Danielson. And I mean this in the nicest way. He's an unknown in every way possible, but he's turned up here today and he's played some good stuff, and he's 6 starts away from beating Robert Thornton.
Yeah, we've all got to start somewhere, H. We've all got here through
64.
one way or another, and Thornton needs something big here to pressure this ton, and he knows he hasn't done it.
As I say, that's not a criticism. If anything, it's the complete
84.
opposite, because Pontus has come here today
Pontus, you require 100.
and could win 2 of his first 3 matches. He could do it with a ton checkout. Tops.
60.
Will leave himself on
Robert, you
that
require
target if this don't
145.
go.
No, it doesn't go now, but you could say that Robert's gifted him that 5th leg.
55.
And it's given
Pontus,
the
you
momentum
require
straight
40.
to Pontus, and now he has a chance to take the game.
He's going to have 3 darts at tops to seal his second win here. That's a difficult dart.
20.
That bed would have been blocked because the way the
Robert,
flights
you
would
require
have
90.
the flights would have obscured the target somewhat. That's perfect for the treble. Had to find the treble. And then
Game shot on the
fires the
sixth
double
leg, Robert
5
Thornton.
to send us to leg 7. And still that trend of every single match
7
going
from
deep
final
continues.
leg. It's
But it's only
Robert
the
to throw
second of our
first.
8 games that have gone all the way. We've
Game
had
on.
6 4-2s and now a second 4-3. But was that a tell there from Pontus in the background? His
41.
head sunk to the floor.
Maybe it's a composing thing that he does. We don't know him well enough to
58.
know, but he really has to get out of his head that he had 3 clear darts to win this
93.
match. You talk of young dart players today and they'll go, oh, I've lost 4-3, but I had 4 clear darts to win the match. They're counting them all the time. Whereas older statesmen couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you because we don't want to drag it around with us as baggage.
I always remember speaking to Robert Rickwood. And I remember this quote, and I'll always remember this quote. He was at a challenge tour event. He lost a match, and somebody went to him So, Robert, what did you average? And his reply was quite simply, I lost. Nothing more than that.
60.
Yeah, well, with all the stats and the way that the game is sort of like not portrayed but pursued, I suppose, these days by us as commentators, and we're turning it into a game that's stats, and as a player, if you can kind of forget that, then that's dead handy. But when you're watching games back and you've got the likes of you and I chatting away about the stats and what they've done, you can understand why they then in turn have a little look.
However, the only stat that matters here is the scoreline, and Danielson could be on the right side of it if he can find this 66. He's going to get a dart at tops to beat Robert Thornton, and it drags below the tops wire.
74.
And so Thornton here is going to have two in hand, a double 16. To get over the line and to win 4-3, and you feel like he really has got away with one there, the Fawn. It was a match that was very much in the hands of Pontus Danielson, and the dejection in his face tells you it's a match that he should have won. But for the Fawn, he won't care. He'll be happy with the win. 4-3 the scoreline. Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman's next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Robert Thornton got the better of Pontus Danielson in a last leg decider 4-3. And so next up for us, we are going to see Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman round off the third round of fixtures on what has been a marathon Monday morning at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Every single game has seen at least 6 legs being played. We thought it was a tight group. Well, it's living up to the billing here, but for Lee Cox, if he can win this game, he'll have a little bit of daylight at the top of the table and have a 2-point lead, being the only player to have won their first 3 matches of the day, and he'll be in a position of authority and a chance to complete the card on day 1.
Yeah, he will.
81.
And it really didn't look like that midway through that first game, did it? But he is one of those players that can gain momentum. He will gain momentum. The confidence comes.
140.
And then so does the standard. First thing here on a Monday is difficult, notoriously
100.
difficult. Because you can be on the back foot in the group before you even start if it doesn't quite go your way for the first couple. So, been in that situation.
140.
Been there, done that. Got a 4XL t-shirt.
100.
The feeling that Tommy doesn't want is that feeling of chasing. Because it'll be a long way back from here for him from there. But he's going to
Tommy,
get 6 here from 140 because Lee's had a bit of a misfire with that last visit.
40.
Leishman has a little dodgy visit of his own there. 62 left here.
130.
10 route 4.
Tommy require 100.
Cox, 100 left for Leishman. Got to go tops now with that dart where it was.
60. Lee require 52.
So 52 to take a 1-0 lead. It's double 16 that Lee wants. It's double 16 that Lee gets. And 1-0 he leads.
Yeah, good pace to this game. Slightly different to what we've seen before.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Both of them going off like pace setters in the 1500 metres at the Olympics here.
100.
That's not too far away, is it, in Paris?
Really, very relevant. That's why I brought it up. I'm a proper commentator, you know.
83.
Don't worry, in a couple of weeks' time we'll have that quadrennial debate as to whether darts should be in the Olympics. I think it's already
57.
started, hasn't it, this time round?
I think 2012, everybody thought with it being kind of our unofficial, one of our national sports,
85.
that it was going to be in, but it wasn't to be.
Can't see it being in LA 2028. Just based on the fact that the sports that be added will be probably more American orientated. You'll definitely see softball in there. I think you'll see gridiron football in there, otherwise known as the NFL. I think they've actually got a version of that at the Olympics this year in Paris
60.
and you other traditional big sports. I wouldn't be surprised to see lacrosse in there in 2028.
I was just about to say lacrosse as well, yeah.
39.
So when it came here in 2012, it didn't get put in, unfortunately.
95.
With golf and things like that in the Olympics, you thought it'd have a shout, wouldn't you?
64.
Yeah, I've got my own kind of opinion on sports like golf and football being in the Olympics. And I think for sport to be in the Olympic Games, the Olympic gold medal's got to be the absolute pinnacle of that sport. And I just think in football and golf, I'm not sure whether that's the case.
No, totally agreed. Totally agreed.
Great dart when you consider the bed was blocked. And now he gets a dart to the ball. Cannot find, and so Cox comes back for 2-0.
40.
Double 10. Double 5.
35.
Misfired.
Tommy require 35. Game shot on a second leg.
Double 12
Tommy
found.
Leishman.
Leishman levels up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game
Another
on.
player who has a real eye for that particular double.
$48.
Yeah, he was quite clearly trying to avoid the double 16, double 8 route, wasn't he?
123.
On that 35 approach, so that's something we'll have to remember.
Got a question in the chat room, and I'd like your take on it as well, Scott. Well, match play begins on Saturday, and we're being asked of our opinions on it. Now, I actually said on social media last week, when asked about it, that you look at long-form tournaments and you look at the last 3 big events that were long course, the World Championships, the Grand Slam, World Grand Prix. There's a common denominator, there's a common correlation, and that winner is Luke Humphries. And I just think in terms of long course, long distance darts, I don't think at the minute there is a better player on the planet suited to that than Luke Humphries.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, totally agree. His levels don't drop off, do they? He's just right there at the moment. And
140.
say Luke used to play in the same team as my daughter in the county youth days, and the way that he's developed from those days in every aspect of the game, in his fitness towards the game, the way that he plays the game, he just deserves everything he's getting.
133.
Not to be for Cox there.
Tommy, you require 40.
Leishman here leaving tops after 12 for the break.
Yeah,
It's a 13 dart break for Leishman. He leads by 2 legs to 1. I think also you look at it, the amount of contenders there are this year. And you look at some of the first round games. Gary Anderson against Michael Smith. Luke Littler against Michael Van Gerwen, for goodness sake.
140.
I know. I mean, it's a sensational tournament at the best of times. And when you start adding those big names sort of playing each other early doors, you can understand why there's just so much interest in that tournament every year. It's just the way that it is.
97.
It is the best of the best. There's no getting in the back door from here. It's the guys that are actually doing it at this moment in time. Not living off of what you did 18 months ago. It's the guys that are doing it in the first 6 months on the pro tours, and the guys that are right up there. And I think the love of the tournament for all the fans.
And long distance darts, which just adds such a different dynamic. Those long formats, you can really get your teeth stuck into a game, and even if you go a couple of legs behind, you're not out of the race.
You're not, but if you do have a couple of mare other legs, you don't be able to hide behind a set, and then that set's gone and you start again. I love the format that the fact is if you make a couple of mistakes, they stay with you and they don't leave you, and sometimes that's why you see some of those landslides sort of results. But for me, it's the truest form. You know, you play till first to 11. If you make a few mistakes, you make a mistake and you've got to deal with it.
85.
Of course, win by 2 clear legs.
84.
Leishman looking to go 2 legs clear here if he can find the 84. 14 in bull. The bullseye doesn't go.
59.
And suddenly, Lee from a position where he could have been in charge of this game finds himself on the back foot. And if he doesn't take this out, he could find himself a couple of legs behind.
86.
And Leishman should
25.
get a couple of 8 to do exactly that. Again, it's D12, the MO. Now 6. And it's 3-1 to Tommy Leishman.
Tommy Leishman.
Leg away. Lee Cox is a game that he had
it's Lee to throw first.
In his grasp, but it's one that he's let slip, if the truth be told.
Indeed, he's pleased with that one.
60.
Gives himself a little cushion. Leishman here now. You mustn't play with fear. You must play with hunger. That's exactly what he does.
He's kind of got that insurance policy in this leg. This is almost a bit of a freebie for him. So if he doesn't win it, he has got the darts in the next to see it out.
60.
As we've seen with Leishman today, 6-7 180s today so far.
140.
When he gets that first one right, he tends to follow it. I've also seen a 174 from him, I believe.
57.
But when that first one isn't right, we do also see a lot of non-treble visits for him, which drags him back into the mix.
60.
So 116, Cox left it in the last leg, and he's going to have to take it out this time round because Leishman's left a double after 12 to win the match. Tops to save it.
Game
He's
shot on
found it
the fifth
again.
leg, Lee
It's the second
Cox.
time today Lee Cox has taken out the 116. It saves the match. 3-2 it is. Leishman
Sixth
does
leg, it's Tommy to
need
throw
to cash
first.
in that insurance
Game on.
policy now. And guess what, Scott? We're over 5.5 legs in a match.
What a
60.
surprise. We knew it was going to be an even group. Top of the show.
100.
That's what it's proving to be.
$60. $134. $49. $60.
I have to say, you thought Cox needed a treble there on that visit. Leishman will go for the gap, and this is what he does. He hits one right, follows it in. Now, all of a sudden, looked a nice, unassailable lead for Cox, and now he needs a treble.
58.
And suddenly this game could tread a different path, but
140. Lee
he finds a
require
140 to
149.
again force Cox to take a big and out. But he's not going to rinse and repeat, and so Leishman comes back for
133.
52
require
to
52.
seal a 4-2 win. It would be his second win of the day. It will keep Lee Cox on 4 points.
12.
But Cox comes
Lee
back.
requires 16. Game shot on a
And we
sixth
go the
leg, Lee
distance.
Cox.
Yeah, both just teetering on that 90 average in
Seventh
this
and
game.
final leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Tommy can't believe it. A couple of little ghost throws to the floor there, a little shake of his head.
45.
3 180s in the match for him, but it's all about that double conversion rate, and he's on 3 out of 8 on that.
That bounce out was so
39.
violent. Look where it was. Pretty much was a couple of millimetres away from putting him on the leg.
60.
Don't highlight that, otherwise it'll come in health and safety. We've all got to wear hobnail boots.
It'll have to be like cricketers with pads and all the rest of
40.
it. We actually did have a game of cricket on this stage involving helmets. Jared Cole and Robbie King were wearing cricket helmets whilst filming an Ashes skit here
44.
last year.
I had to wear safety glasses once when I went in to throw some darts in Holby
45.
City in the show, yeah.
Hold on. You played darts on Holby City?
Yeah, I had to throw a dart in Holby, just the one. It was in a picture of a
82.
young lady's image on a pegboard, on a notice board, who was coming back to the hospital who had left. And one of the doctors didn't like, so I had a set of darts and wanted to throw one in between her eyes on the... Yeah, it was great. I ended up convincing the actor to do it themselves, and I didn't have to throw anything and still got the money.
100.
Well, Cox is hoping to provide the fatal blow to Leishman.
62.
And he's going to get 6
Lee
here for the
require
big fish. Remember,
170.
Leishman did have a 3-1 lead in this game. And it means for the second time today that Lee Cox would have come back from 2-0.
98.
Or sorry, from 2 legs behind in a contest to go on and win it.
36. Lee requires
And it's
72.
just unravelled in this last leg for Leishman. And it has given Lee the opportunity to win this game on tops for another game where he comes back from behind to win.
32. Tommy, you require 156.
He's had a dart.
Yeah, that would have hurt.
70. Lee require 40.
And so tops for Cox. Double 10.
Game
And
shot.
once again,
Undermatch.
Lee Cox comes back from behind to win. He was 2-0 down and beat David Evans early on. He was 3-1 behind here and won in a last leg decider. And it means that he keeps up his 100% record in this group. That's the tail of the tape. We're going to take a break. And when we return, it's Białecki against Thornton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds worth of play at the Live Lounge in Porto, and it has been a very tight affair indeed. Lee Cox, the best player so far, the only player to have won every single match, and it's been very even there on in, as you can see with the results on your screen. This is how the table corresponds. As I say, Lee Cox, the only player to have won every game, but Thornton has won 2 from 3, whilst everybody else has got a victory on the board as we head into round 4 of the day, and Robert Thornton can join Lee Cox on 6 points if he can get the better of Sebastian Białecki, the Pole, who was the front runner in terms of winning the week with the Oscar parties before dart was thrown on Monday morning. Got off to a slow start, but there were real signs of recovery in his last game, averaging 92.5, was 4 from 5 on his doubles in a 4-2 success against David Evans. But as for Thornton, 2 wins from 3 and has looked in good form today, even though maybe, if we're going to be hypercritical, the one thing that Thornton has done is miss a lot of darts at double. In the last 2 matches, he's missed 21 darts at the outer ring.
Yeah, but I think as a player, I would say to myself, well, I'm giving myself opportunities. That would be my thing. I would say if I wasn't getting those opportunities, I'd be even more disappointed.
100.
But Thornton will be happy enough for the position that he's put himself in. 2 wins from 3 matches. As Meatloaf did say.
134.
And once again, we were going on about targeting people. And these two, I would say, would have targeted each other this weekend. They'd have gone, if I'm going to end up being top of the group, I'm going to have to beat this opponent probably 2 of the 3 times. And take advantage of having the darts against them as well.
99.
As much as you do target that, is that a dangerous game to play in the respect that you could then
60.
be caught on the hop by somebody else?
Yeah, you could, but I think that you have to set yourself goals and achievements that you're trying to achieve, and I think it's just natural. You look at the list and go, he's going to be a problem, he's going to be a problem. Maybe not. Some would not go into it and go, oh, I've got the darts here, I haven't got the darts here, because like you say, you can overcomplicate ththings. Sometimes it's best to just get up there and lob them.
84.
Don't think, just
Sebastian,
chuck
you
them.
require 167.
167 for Seb. Is he going to go? And so Thornton returns for the 160 to get the break of throw in leg 1.
93. Robert, you require 160.
And when the first dart is as sweet as that, usually you'd expect a second to follow.
80.
But Thornton was unable to
Sebastian,
muster
you
up a
require
second to give
74.
himself an opportunity to take out tops. Białecki is going to get a dart at tops.
54.
Cannot find.
Robert, you require 80.
Single 20 goes across to the right-hand side, going for the top right-hand corner.
41.
And that can be a problem when you
Sebastian, you
move across
require
and you
20.
don't quite get the trajectory right. You're throwing over and across another number.
Overcompensated. As did Seb there, double 5.
15.
Tetchy,
Robert, you require
Edgy,
39.
Leggy, double 16. 1-0
Game
Thornton.
shot on
He
the
don't
first
pass the
leg,
opportunity
Robert
by. And have a
Thornton.
look at the G-up of emotion.
You tell me he hasn't targeted a
Second
player.
leg is Robert to throw first.
Of course
Game
he
on.
has. He knows.
He must have felt he really has got away with one there. And look at him motor.
140.
I remember rightly there was a previous appearance involving Seb here where
140.
he really struggled in the morning sessions. But then once we got into the evening, he was a different player.
60.
And I just wonder whether that could or is the case here. Where maybe the morning shift isn't too kind to him. And the early alarm call
92.
is not what he wanted. But then when it gets later on in the week where the starts are slightly later, we see the best of it perhaps.
85.
There's a good possibility of that. I wouldn't rule that out, that's for sure.
Because particularly now,
82.
playing at 9:30 in the morning, it's fairly alien for a dart player. It's very rare you do play at that time, even involving challenge tours and stuff.
Yeah, they all start a little bit. Well,
70.
challenge tours are sort of just after 10 start. So, yeah, even a little bit later. It does make that bit of difference. A little half an hour extra in bed.
41. Robert, you require 146.
Both players on 146. Thornton gets first go. He's not going to find. But he is going to set up.
90.
And he is going
Sebastian, you
to
require
force this issue of
146.
Białecki here. But Białecki may have the answer. Stays there for double 13. Super size from Seb.
Sebastian Białecki.
It's a bolt from the blue for Białecki. A level we are at 1-1.
I was only saying
Third
a couple of
leg,
games ago
Sebastian
that
to throw
117 would not stay the highest shot of the day. And it hasn't.
And as soon as that second dart hit the treble bed,
96.
you just fancied him to find the double 13. There was a conviction about that checkout.
Yeah, there was.
140.
And it's the new way as well. It's the way to go. We go different ways. Back in the day, it used to be treble 20, treble 18, double 16 was 146 every time. But nowadays,
58.
you know, the game is sort of so tight. You know, you may only get one dart at it, so you just as well have it at double 13 as double 16 and
41.
and don't have it so complicated. You've got one treble 20 in there already. Thunder your next dart into the one that's there and use it. And it's just the new way of thinking.
134.
Suddenly it sparked Seb into life. How quickly a game can change, because it looked like
140.
Thornton, for all the world, was going to race into a 2-zip advantage. He'd hold all the cards, but Seb seemingly has gone through the gears, but Thornton very much on his coattails.
46.
And actually, that slip, even though it's left Białecki 167, Thornton will think in his mind he's got 6 from here to move himself back in front.
100. Sebastian, you require 167.
We're going to see another ton topper here from Sebastian. No, it's not to be.
127. Robert, you require
So once
80.
again, restricting Thornton masses of opportunity.
He's not even going to get a dart. It's an unforced error from the Fawn.
40.
From the pressure
Sebastian,
of
you
Białecki.
require
That's
40.
why.
This will almost feel like a free beat.
Game shot on a
And
third
Białecki
leg.
makes no
Sebastian
mistake.
Białecki.
He's 2-1 to the good. But that is going to severely frustrate
Fourth
Thornton.
flag. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
You can take a miss at a double, as annoying as it is, but it's moments like that that really gets your goat, doesn't it, as a darts player?
100.
Well, he was trying to concentrate on the double more than the single, wasn't he? He was trying to put a nice marker in that was out of the way, and unfortunately it was a bit high and a bit handsome.
180.
Well, that was perfectly handsome.
Perfectly timed as well.
140.
Well, so far, this has been a leg of beauty from Białecki. Seb is 6 deep into the 9. He's got form for doing this. He's done it at a Champions Week. He's 141 points away from
66.
joining Steve West and Conor
Sebastian require
Heenahan
141.
in the club of players that have done it more than once.
And Henry jinxed it.
46.
I'll be quiet on the next one.
Said that last time we were here together.
65. Sebastian, you require 95.
95 for Seb. In the bullseye route. And he's going to get a dart at double 16 here. This is for a 12.
Game
That's a
shot on
3-1
fourth
on the
flag.
break.
Sebastian Białecki.
And Białecki's going through the gears here. And he now has the darts of the win.
Fifth flag. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He's definitely on a journey here and he's not stopped believing.
But it all goes back to that 146 where it looked like Thornton was on the cusp of
85.
opening up a 2-leg advantage. Took that out. And it's just felt like there's been no way back for Seb since.
140.
He's only looked in one direction, and that's been forwards.
$139. $180.
Both averaging in the 90s now.
Well, a good performance from Seb is very quickly turning into a great performance.
129.
Average over 95. He's already had a 146. If he finds the 148, he's going to be the biggest
96.
winner of the day.
Sebastian, you require 148.
Be the first game that's gone under 5.5 legs. As we know from today, it ain't over yet.
100. Robert, you require 85.
Misses the big number, Thornton. And so Białecki back for 48 for the match. This spell in the last couple of legs have been spell binding. 12 in the last. Could get this done in 14. But now it's Białecki's turn to miss the big number. And he's going to get a match start at double 16. And he makes no mistake. And he gets the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. And for Białecki, after a slow start, he's now won 2 from 2. And is very much in the picture all of a sudden. It was that 1-4-6 in leg 2 that really got it going for Seb. And then he reeled off every leg after that. A 4-1 winner coming up next. Tommy Lishman against David Evans. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Sebastian Białecki got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. Best performance of the day so far, averaging 94.94, 4 from 8 on his doubles and a 1-4-6 check out. In fact, his last 2 performances have been the best that we've seen so far today. A sluggish start for Seb, but very much in proceedings now. And for Tommy Lishman and David Evans, what was threatening to be a good start has just kind of gone the other way. Evans, bottom of the table. Whilst for Tommy Lishman, he finds himself 4th. The winner will move on to 4 points alongside Białecki and Thornton, and just behind Lee Cox going into the final round of fixtures.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
In that final round of games, Lee Cox takes on Robert Thornton.
121.
We did touch on earlier about having the throw. And taking advantage of having the throw. About 10 games today, 8 have been won with throw. The breaks have been few and far between.
115.
But David Evans was involved in one of those in a game where he had 2 ton-plus shutouts. And that still kind of wasn't enough.
140.
So for you, Scott, would you say that it just demonstrates how tight a group it is because every game is pretty much being won on throw?
105.
Yeah, I do. I, you know, we saw it as even at the start of the show, and those breaks of throw
91. Tommy require
Sebastian
160.
Bielewski and Lee Cox, and they're both top of the table now.
Play some of the best darts of the day.
140. David, you require 170.
So it all goes hand in hand.
134. Tommy, you require 20.
Pressure applied on this 20 then for Leishman.
Game shot on the
Nicely
first leg.
finished, though.
Tommy Leishman.
Yeah, haven't I look at his look at his stats earlier, and
Second
Tommy's
leg. It's David to throw first.
hit 8 180s in 3 games this morning. But his Achilles heel has been the fact that he's won 8 legs from 30 attempts at a double, and it's not far being off tidy. If he'd have had another couple on top of that, and you're 1 from 3, 33%, you're not too disappointed. But it's the fact that he's given opportunities.
And I suppose it's the difference in levels,
60.
isn't it? In the respect that possibly at a local level you get another opportunity, but when you're in the Sharks tank that is the Super Series,
81.
those second chances just don't happen.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, it's still a hot pen of darts up there, Humberside, and many, many good players.
140.
I just think that he's just got to have that bit more of that eye of the tiger and belief in those moments.
99. David, you
And
require
just tell himself he's worked
161.
hard to get there. He's worked hard to get these chances. Just don't let it pass you by.
You need to go for the 161 and so lays up.
137.
And for the second leg running, David Evans has left a double after 12, and this time he will get an attempt. This has been a really
60.
good performance so far
David, you
from
require
stretch.
24.
It's like he's gone out and had a little look at the tables and gone, do you know what? I need to start turning the screw here, otherwise I'm going to be left behind.
Shot on the second leg. David Evans.
Well, he doesn't want to be a sitting duck, does he? And I shouldn't say that line because he's going to
Third
head over
leg,
to the
it's
bar
Tommy to
store
throw first.
later on this
Game
evening
on.
and buy a load of plastic ducks like he did last time and plaster them all over the building as if it's a dot and dab protest.
59.
We've actually lost our one. We had one in the commentary box back when we were in our old comms booth.
59.
It was actually sat on our mixing desk, which sorts out all the audio for our microphones in here, and it was sat there for like 9 months.
123.
I'm sure that's going to change now. I've said that. Went through a phase there. Every
43.
single time we walked through the building, we found another one.
$59. $60.
Lishman back to his feast or famine. Couple of visits without
140.
treble 20, and then a couple of visits with big scoring aspirations, and
134. Tommy, you require 120.
Well, now the bed's completely obscure,
60.
which is why you had to head high. People often ask, how do you beat
60.
a player was
Tommy,
a
you
big
require
average.
60.
And usually the answer is doing what you need to do on throw. And that's exactly what Tommy has been able to achieve so far in this match. And he's got a couple at tops here to lead 2-1 against a player averaging 96.
40.
But he hasn't taken the chance.
David, you require 145.
That was unfortunate. That was a genuine bounce out off of the blade wire from this board. He will be back at double 10.
97. Tommy, you require
Under a certain
20.
amount of pressure, though, from Evans there with that last treble.
2 10s for Tommy. Has to shuffle across. Oh, he's going to have to move over again. How is he
No
not
score.
found?
David, you require 48.
Doesn't usually have to be offered it twice here, Evans.
Game shot on a third
Once again, he
leg.
doesn't
David
have to be
Evans.
offered it twice. Polishes off the 48.
Fourth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think the facials say it all. Evans has been let off the leash by Lishman.
137.
And now he's looking to run wild like a whippet in a Yorkshire Vale.
100.
Against the man from Humberside, South Yorkshire.
100.
Hull, which of course is famous for its rugby league.
60.
2 big sides there, Hull Kingston Rovers and Hull FC. Hull City made the FA Cup final in 2014. You may remember they led 2-0 against Arsenal in that particular cup final before
100.
the Gunners won 3-2, and was also famous for hosting the British Open squash tournament at the K-Com Arena once upon a time.
96. David, you require
Yeah, they did.
164. $81.
Big floor events up there in the. There's a basketball arena not far away from the football ground as part of the same complex, and we had a dart tournament in there on a couple of
93.
occasions.
David, you
Of course, had the
require
World Masters,
83.
didn't it, for a number of years?
Yeah, the City Hall did. Yeah, the qualifiers were all at this other venue. Yeah.
Just about squeezes in. And the bullseye
58.
just on the other side.
Tommy, you require 152.
152 is not going to go. And suddenly the pressure that Evans has
112.
applied in this game is
David, you
beginning to
require
tell.
25.
Lishman's not gone away here. He's applying a pressure of his own, but
Game
when
shot
you're
on a fourth
2-1
flag.
up, you
David
tend not
Evans.
to feel quite so much the pressure as when you're 2-1 down.
Fifth flag. It's
10-point
Tommy to
gap
throw
in the
first.
averages.
Game on.
A 2-leg gap in terms of the scoreline.
51.
And Lishman looks like a man at the end of his tether.
$140.
And Evans would have seen what happened there. And it would have galvanised him. That 140
100.
means that he's in control of this leg against throw. A leg that if he wins, sees him become the victor in this match.
Yeah, and if you add the stats to Lishman's
100.
double stats of the day, he's on just 9 conversions from 37 attempts.
99.
And that's what's causing him his problems.
Because the scoring hasn't been too bad. Had 4 180s in his first game against Robert Thornton. He's been, well, the most prolific
70.
180 hitter of the day. He had another 3 in his last game against Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. The 180 hits. He's top of the tree here.
95.
As I well know, I think I'm top of the 100+ score stats in the Challenge Tour, but I'm sat at number 33 in the ranking. How does that work?
Definitely did look at the stats for that one.
43.
Yeah, I did.
Tommy, you require 156.
Doubling stats, atrocious.
Well, Ishman is hoping to go super fragilistic, but the issue he's had is the doubles have been atrocious.
David, you require 148.
I think that was a silly dart, last one. You're not going to start hitting doubles to leave doubles, are you, if you haven't been hitting them all day?
48.
He looks like a man absolutely at the end of his tether right now. Frustrated that today hasn't quite gone the way that he's wanted, but he has still got a route back into this match.
56.
But the tops doesn't go.
David, you
and
require
so
100.
Evans here to complete a 4-1 win is looking at a ton. And he is going to get 2 darts at tops. And he only needs the one to get over the line and get the better of Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 1. And it means that Evans moves on to 4 points in the group. Now 3 players on 4 points. Evans psyching himself up after that latest win. A good performance as well. Coming up next, Pontus Danielson up against Lee Cox, who can make it 8 points from 8.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, welcome back to the Super Series, and if you just joined us, you've missed the last game there. Tommy Leishman against Dave Evans. Dave Evans winning 4-1 with a 91.44 average, 4 out of 7 on his doubles, and a 100-ton plus shot out to boot, and that was his third of the day. We move on now to our last group of matches, and Pontus Danielson here is taking on Lee Cox. Lee Cox is top of the group, but Pontus is down there with just the one win in the table, and I think he's played a little bit better
First leg,
than just the one win and given himself opportunities, but hasn't quite got himself over the line. And it only goes on for so long, Henry, when you keep producing that game and you keep making the mistakes. You eventually learn how to
83.
convert that.
And this is basically what it is for Pontus Danielson. It's a learning experience. It's the first time he's ever played on the stage. And when you get 5 days at it, as he's got this week, then
60.
day one really is about learning about yourself and thinking, right, you want to draw as many positives in as possible. Of course you do. But everything is a gain in terms of you'll know exactly where your game is at, how sharp you are, and the type of things you can improve on when you go into days 2, 3 and beyond.
90.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I've said it in the past here as a commentator. He's on game number 4 here now, Pontus. And
23.
for me to get 4 games on the television at that stage of my career took me 2 or 3 years. And here he is. He's had them in 2 or 3 hours here this morning. And this is the big plus that the Super Series brings for the up-and-coming players. So when they do then, if they do go on from here and then start appearing on varying sort of TV channels
98.
through the varying ways that you can make it to those, you're not kind of a new boy. You've done your sort of groundwork here, and it's something that the Super Series brings to the game, and I think sometimes that gets forgotten.
140.
It gets forgotten. It's playing a valuable part in development of players from, as we've said, not just here in the UK, but now
80.
with the ADC Europe stuff,
Lee
and
require 153.
now with guys coming in from South Africa, and we've had Australians in, we've had the Americans in. It's going truly global here, the Super Series.
And this would be a superb shot for Cox.
135. Pontus, you require
He misses the double 18 on the inside wire. And so Danielson here, 117 to take out the first leg. Double 19 tops. Doesn't go.
43.
So Lee will return for double
Lee
9
require 18.
to find the break. He's going to split. But not
2.
I
hit.
don't think you believe
Pontus
it wasn't in there. He's
74.
so good on that side of the board. When he leaves 32 and 8s, you think it's gone.
Tops it is.
34.
But not found. And so Cox
Lee
comes back
requires
looking
16.
at double 8. Can he just graze it off the barrel? Yes,
Great
is the
shot on the
answer.
first leg.
1-0
Lee
in the
Cox.
break. Goes the way of Lee Cox.
That's experience there. Sometimes
Second leg,
to
it's
go
Lee to
straight
throw
at the
first.
double immediately,
Game on.
you can make mistakes. You can drag it into the double 16. You can, so you make sure you don't do anything silly with that first start. And that's
125.
one of the things that's impressed me with Lee Cox today. He doesn't do anything silly with some of the darts. We don't see him busting the next door double or anything like that. He just gets his
95.
range. It's all about experience and confidence, and he's starting to get that now. He's at that age now where he's got to kick on as Lee Cox. He's got to kick on. 'Cause the game is definitely there. There's no two ways about it.
Well, he's definitely kicking on in this game. Average of 93. Our maximum leaves himself in a good position to move 2-0 to the good.
100. $60.
And Cox has left himself on a finish after 9. 136 to move
58.
2-0 to the good.
Do you require 136?
Move for chopper 19. It's not going to find it,
58.
but still on a good suit.
$60. Lee requires 78.
Yeah, Pontus feeling a little sorry for himself there. 78, double 12.
54.
He'd like to have got that and cleaned it up nicely, but has got time with Danielson back on 188. It's all about the pressure that can be applied from here, if any.
78. Lee required.
Well, we've seen this double a few times today. And it's got need for Cox.
Leg, Lee Cox.
2-0 leads.
Third leg. It's
Just going back to the
first.
point we were mentioning about the Super Series having an impetus elsewhere. I was spending some time with Dom Taylor down in Bristol yesterday. And
55.
he couldn't have been more thankful of the opportunity that the Super Series has given him. And you look at some of the things he's done, particularly on a Euro Tour stage
58.
in his first 6 months as a tour card holder. What this does is it battle hardens you for what is to come in the PDC.
Yeah, very much
60.
so. Yeah, very much so. And I'm, like I say, I'm just such a big fan of what this is about. And even for somebody like myself who has the experience up there,
121.
to then come and play these new guys, you know, we've got a bit to show that, you know, if those guys are then beating us up there and we've got the experience, it's showing what's on its way and what's coming
100.
through. I think we have, you know, those older guys have a big part to play in this as well, and how it goes and how you find the new players and how they react. Like we saw earlier with Pontus playing Rob Thornton. Prime example of how he gets a chance up there against a guy that he's watched for so long and would love to get an opportunity
58.
to play him, and where he lives probably would never have had too much opportunity to play the likes of Robert Thornton. And then he comes here and plays him. Didn't quite get over the line on this occasion, but knows what it feels like now to play those big players on the stage.
Well, he's getting taught a bit of a lesson here by Lee, isn't he? Cox leaving himself on 70 to move 3-0 to the good. He'd get the double
58.
break in situ
Lee
as well.
requires 70.
And it's double 16.
38.
He hopes
Pontus
this don't
require
go.
170.
So the big fish, is it on? Yes. No.
105.
But yeah, good attempt at it.
32.
Gave it a scare. Oh, that is awkward. It has to move across. Oh, what a
On the
dart.
third leg,
What
Lee
a
Cox.
dart under the circumstances. The way the bed was blocked, and he had to shuffle across.
Fourth leg.
And
It's
Lee's
Lee to
3-0
throw
up.
first.
Has the darts for our
Game on.
first 4-0 win of the day.
What Danielson has to be careful of here is that you don't find yourself rooted down the bottom of the table,
140.
because people play you differently then. They play you with a lot more freedom and relaxation because they feel the game is just going to come to them because you're sat there at the bottom of the table and they play you
100.
slightly differently. I remember being down there on one of my first times here, and there were people that would not generally give me a good run out on a normal competition, were absolutely
140.
battering me here because they would go in the back room, look at the table and go, well, Scotty's not kind of doing it today. I've given him a form. I've given him I've just handed to them my form of my
60.
last few games. And it's all sat there on a table waiting for them to look at, and they go, well, he's not doing it today. I'll let him have it today. And you can get rooted to the bottom of the table
125.
because of the way that the other players play you from where you are in that table.
Well, Lee here has left himself 96 after 9 darts.
45. Lee requires
It's been a
96.
comprehensive display from Crafty Coxey. Double 18 to get it done in style.
Game
4
shot
from
on the
4.
match.
And
Lee
it is
Cox.
wrapped up with a 4-0 win for Lee Cox, who is getting better as the day goes along. He beats Pontus Danielson. It's the first 4-0 scoreline of the day to end round 4. And Lee is the man who is taking command at the top of the table. A 4-0 win. Coming up next, Tommy Lishman against Sebastian Białecki.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to start the final round of matches on this Monday afternoon. This is what we've seen so far. It's been a very tight day. Up until the last couple of games, there's been a couple of landslide victories before what was quite a laboured performance in the first quarter of the day. Let's have a look then at the table, and the polls look good for Lee Cox. And it is the pole, Sebastian Białecki. He finds himself second on 4 points alongside David Evans and Robert Thornton. So we head into the final round of matches, and we kickstart with Lishman against Białecki. If Seb can win this one and finish the day with 3 wins and 3, he would pile the pressure on those at the top of the pile. And since game 2, Seb has awoken from a slumber. Back-to-back averages above the 90 mark, 92.5 and 94.94. The doubling has improved immeasurably as well. You have to say, is playing some of the best darts right now. And up against Tommy Lishman, for whom
First leg.
has to be said towards the end of that 4-1 defeat to David Evans was showing some real signs of frustration.
Yeah, it's really hard not to at times when you feel that everything you're doing, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. The mental side of this game is
54.
so difficult to, one, understand, and two, to keep up with mentally yourself. It's
81.
You start thinking negatively. You think, oh, this one dart topped you. Watch this. This one 4-5 ago now, and all of a sudden it does. And it's then very hard to accept in your head that you're creating your own downfall. It's once you realise what you're doing, and once you get on top of that, you learn to deal with it. But
100.
Again, that's all part of this learning curve of this amazing game, and you have to continue to keep reminding yourself of the things that you've learnt, and you have to make that mistake now and again
100.
to remind yourself you've learnt it. If that makes any sense whatsoever.
Trying to take the positives out of a negative situation.
81.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if I get beat here 4-0, if I've hit a 180 to leave tops and I haven't got back to the tops, I try to go, you know what, who goes and hits a 180 at that point when you're 3-0 down? It's easier to hit 45.
108.
So you there is something, you can always find something. There is always something within the game to keep you on a positive sort of thought, sort of mindset.
99. Sebastian, you require 109.
Maybe that's the change in me, and that's what my mind coach Stephen McKibben is continually doing for me.
Well, Bioretsky has been good in the powers of recovery
77.
today.
Tommy, you
Lost
require
his first
80.
two, won the last two, but misses the double 16 to go one up in this. And so Leishman will have a dart at tops.
60.
Cannot find.
Sebastian, you require
And
32.
so Bioretsky will come back for 32 to take the first leg out.
Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian Bioretsky.
Leishman must be in the really, really difficult position now where he's getting darts at it first.
Second leg.
And
It's
he's
Sebastian
missing.
to throw first.
And then he
Game on.
knows it's going to go immediately after him. And it's a rut that you can get in. And I'm afraid that he's got himself in that rut. I mean, that was his 38th dart at a double, and he's only converted 9. I know he won't be happy with me for saying that. He's still a lovely, lovely guy and a great guy. That doesn't change. But we want him to see... I want to see him be Tommy. I want him to see him be that confident Tommy and have a little bit more arrogance about him and get there and believe that he's going to hit it with every dart. And it's just a slight change of mindset for him. Because I kind of believe in him as a dart player because he's
60.
one of those unsung heroes, I think.
It felt rather tiring for Tommy today. I think that's kind of been the case actually across the board where there's been times where it's felt like just a little bit of
140.
fatigue has set into proceedings.
Yeah, and it's not like he's coming for 40 minutes up the road, is it? It's a fair old trek to be having to come down here and
Sebastian, you require 161.
do what he's doing. But his scoring just, his doubling is just not matching what he's doing with the scoring, and it's harming his overall average, and it's harming his results.
87.
Seb is just going about his business in such a proficient way. Having a look up at the stat screen, averaging just under a ton at this present moment
Sebastian,
in
you
time.
require 74.
It could be 2-0 up in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Seb has sort of played his way into the day, hasn't he? He's sort of
58.
used his first couple of games
Tommy,
as a
you require
warm-up, and now he's
144.
starting to feel good about himself. The wins come along, the confidence then comes along, and
89. Sebastian, you require 16.
Double 8. For 2-zip. Bioretsky in control.
Second leg. Sebastian Bioretsky. Third leg. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Just watching Tommy at the back of the stage, he looks like he's just looking round, looking over at certain things at certain points in
43.
games.
I think he's trying to look anywhere other than the board. I think you do have times like that you don't want to be watching what your
70.
opponent's doing. Obviously, you can't get away with knowing what they're scoring
119.
because obviously, as our referee, Jack, calls it out, but you can watch somebody hit a 70 and think, oh yeah, he's got treble 21st, 5-5. It gives you
93.
confidence. Whereas if you watch him hit 70, go 5-5, and then hit a treble 20 with his last dart, you see it totally differently and go, oh, you jammy so-and-so.
Yeah. 97.
So you've got to be careful what you watch and how you watch it. Some players just ignore what they're watching. It's like they're looking at it, but not really taking it in. And I would suggest that that's the best way to do it. If you're one of those players that are able to go 105, out, then do that. You'd be
140.
you'd have gone out in 18 darts and done 601. But yeah, because I added too many tons in there. But yeah, you know what I mean. You got to concentrate on trying to do that 15 dart leg of your own, and no matter what anybody else is doing, and that's how you remain
98.
consistent.
Tommy, you require 102.
102 for Leishman to bring it back to 2-1.
42.
Treble one.
Sebastian, you require 140.
Was able to finish on 99 with 2 in hand. And Białecki, who's already found a 146 today, cannot add the 140 to the collection.
It's like this situation here when you're 2-0 up. That second treble 20 goes. It just goes 60. Because you're 2-0 up with the momentum. It's pressured Leishman now. He's going to get another 2 at tops.
Game shot on a
And
third
he converts
leg.
on this occasion. Right smile, because he knows that he hasn't been doing it. He doesn't need telling. But he was.
Fourth flag. It's Sebastian.
It was a different sort of. It was a different sort of mindset for him there. It looked like he went to it and going, I can't keep missing them. It was a different. It never looked like he was going to miss that from the time he threw that number, that single dart at the 20, to when he got the go. He was more composed. He was more assured. And at no point in time did he walk to that board, and I was looking at that thinking he was going to miss that.
And just keeps Seb thinking at 2-1. And Seb, remember, was sat on tots for a 3-0 lead, and if he found that, he would have been thrown for the game right here, right now. But when Seb finds that patch, you don't then see a dip
59.
thereafter, and that's kind of what we've seen towards the tail end of the day for the poll.
We had the British Grand Prix yesterday. It's similar to building up to your super fast lap for qualifying, isn't it? You see him building up through the practices during the day and what have you, and then come Saturday, come qualifying,
Sebastian, you require 130.
you build your momentum up, and your last lap is usually your best lap of the weekend. And Seb's just built himself up here in this group. He's started kind of slow, and he's building his way through, and
98.
Didn't need to go for this, and he hasn't. Can Tommy apply some pressure?
83. Sebastian, you require 32.
And as we know, pressure is for tyres. Second time we said that today. But the wheels falling off. Białecki's got a puncture.
Tommy, you require 106.
217 Bull to recover the shot. Oh, superb.
Game shot on a fourth flag.
Well, that's how you do it.
Well, if you can't hit a double, start leaving the ball, Tommy, by the looks of it. Dear, oh dear. I'm sure the Tommy Leishman fans
to throw first.
back in Humberside will have enjoyed that one.
108.
And look what a bit of confidence does to you. He's back now on the 180 bandwagon. 180 number 9 for him today.
58.
Well, 9 darts ago, we thought Białecki was the favourite to really run away with this contest. Now we're back level at 2-2. And suddenly the initiative has swung from one player to another,
57.
from Białecki to Leishman, from Lodz to Hull. It's a good game. Both players averaging in excess of 91.
57.
Well, at least they were. Every single time that average graphic comes on, there's always trebleless turns.
It's like a jinx graphic, isn't it? I know. Let's stop somebody hitting any trebles. Oh, they've left it up long enough. Well done, lads, down in the dungeon.
95.
By the way, they don't
Tommy, you require
sit in a dungeon.
164.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not a stone walled
56.
exterior of the dungeon with bars on the windows. It is actually, they are allowed out.
Well, suddenly, the radar is back on for Białecki. And Leishman looking at 108 to lead 3-2. Shanghai 18s.
Game shot
And Tommy
on the fifth
Leishman here
flag.
is turning
Tommy
the screw.
Leishman.
Back-to-back tub plus checkouts. Sees him 3-2 to the good. And suddenly, from
Sixth flag.
a
It's
position
Sebastian to
of
throw
authority,
first.
Białecki's
Game
on the back foot.
The Ginger Ninja's starting to hit everything.
93.
You know what will happen now?
81.
The graphics department will start putting the ton plus high checkouts out, and now we won't see another high checkout for the rest of the match.
All right. I know that's the
44.
second ton plus for him in this match.
$42.
But the graphic that will be concerning for Białecki is 2 from 10 on the doubles in this contest. He's had chances to win this game, let alone be behind in it. And Leishman has found a real spell here, hasn't he? Well, look at the bullseye here.
104.
25 leaves himself on 167.
$47. Sebastian, you require 167.
Well, this to take us all the way to a deciding leg.
$102. $105. Sebastian, you require 65.
So 65 to level it up there then for Białecki. Double 10.
55.
Leishman
Tommy, you
has been
require
hitting
88.
everything. Bullseye again. And
Game
bullseye
shot and the
hits.
match, Tommy Leishman.
It's a 4-2 win for Tommy Leishman. And talk about feast or famine on the doubles. He's been struggling all day on that outer ring. A good game there. Seb Białecki also 91 average for him, but it was Tommy Leishman that goes out 4-2 win. We head into a short break and we'll be back with Lee Cox taking on Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Resplendent on this Monday afternoon for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Tommy Lishman beat Sebastian Białecki by 4 legs to 2, improving on that doubling immensely. 2-ton plus checkouts, and it means that we now have 4 players on 4 points, which could mean if Lee Cox wins this game, he's guaranteed a 6-point lead at the top of the table going into tomorrow's action. If he can get the better of Robert Thornton, who has played some good stuff today, but hasn't been able to yield the results that have come with those performances. But for Lee Cox, he's won in a whole manner of different ways. Sometimes he's had to come back from behind. Sometimes he's been blistering. Sometimes he's just had to ride his luck a little bit. But you know what? It doesn't matter how many ways you win a darts match, as long as you win a darts match.
Yeah, absolutely. I
121.
spoke earlier about how many times Lee's been here, but of course that gives you opportunities to have many scars here as well when it hasn't gone right. And
140.
we were talking about how certain players like certain venues and things like that. When you've got scars from a venue here, you only need one good run and one good time, and it just gets rhythm more. The same as me with Lakeside. I used to hate the place, and you have one good run, win something, and then 60. I had no good runs there after that, but I still loved the place. So you don't have a negative vibe every time you go to the venue. So I think Lee Cox is in that bracket here. He needs 42. A really good run here and do well and get here on a Saturday night again and do well. You know, and then he won't resent the place so much, 60. And then he'll come here and play his proper game, because I think that's part of why he doesn't quite do what he normally does.
Well, after you on the Lakeside, you became a part of the furniture 96. At the Lakeside, but then that was probably because you were stuck to the floor.
Pretty much. It's got a definite vibe to the place that's different to everywhere else, that's for sure.
102 for Thornton. Triple 19. He can recover the shot here with tops.
62.
Cannot fire, and so Cox comes back for 64 to take a 1-0 lead in this contest. 16 for double.
32.
Doesn't go. Thornton's back for the break.
Require 40. Game shot on the first leg, Robert Thornton.
And Thornton does find that break, and he does lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $42. $60. $140. $140.
Again, a good reply there from Lee Cox, but a nice bit of flow to this game, isn't there, already? We can feel it.
139.
Yeah, these two play a similar style, don't they? And I just think it's rubbing off on one another.
140.
What he would give for a treble last
60.
start, unable to do so.
Lee require 161.
And so Cox here, 161 to get the break back. Triple 17 would have afforded him a dart at the bullseye, and so Thornton looking to climb
82.
the ladder. Triple 20, single 20, double 20 for 2-zip.
$100.
Second
Lee
prize,
requires
but is he going to get a go at the double 10? Because Cox gets a go at tops.
Game shot
finds it to level. 1-1.
Very relaxed attitude that was there. He wasn't tight at any point in time. It was
game on.
Bump, bump, bump. No breaking rhythm, no breaking anything. Look at what you're throwing at, throw at what you're looking at, and converted the
55.
double tops. It looked very assured and nicely done.
140.
It's the penultimate match of the day. One more to go after this.
46.
David Evans takes on Pontus Danielson.
100. 100. 45. 60.
I think Lee may see this game as an error-free hit regardless of the result. Of course, he'll want to go 5 from 5, but he'll feel like he's already done his job for the day, winning
95.
4 matches.
Said by a typical commentator, not a chance of it. You're after 5 from 5 here, even if you're 3-0 down, 3-1 down, you don't care. You're after
60.
5 from 5 here.
Robert, you require 121.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is tops. And
82.
that's wild. Well, go high.
140.
Goes big.
Robert, you
Leaves
require
tops.
39. Game shot on a third leg. Robert Thornton.
Pressure was applied there by Lee Cox, but
Fourth flag. It's
didn't
Robert
get
to throw
back, and that's how
first.
you take as a
Game on.
positive. He's definitely still having a few problems with that eye.
140.
Thornton's doubling at times today has been really good. Going into the latter half of the session anyway, he missed a few
140.
at the beginning, but just feel like now he's just more likely when he gets a go at the outer ring. Looks more likely altogether.
121. 58. 100.
Oh, this is excellent.
133.
He is himself
Robert,
on the
you require
fish.
140.
But that first dart was immaculate, but he couldn't follow up with dart 2.
100. Lee require 170.
Scenes if this goes. But we'll have to leave the limage for another time.
96. Robert, you require 40.
Thornton tots a 3-1. Double 10. But that
20.
grazes the wire, presents Cox
Lee
with another
require
chance.
74.
$13 for ball now then for Cox. He's disappointed he missed the big number, but he went a bit full on for the treble. Bullseye.
Game shot on
Oh,
a full
tidy
flag. Lee
finish. One of those situations where he got himself in the mire
Fifth
there by
flag, it's
missing
Lee
that
to throw
first dart.
first.
But
Game
he
on.
got himself out of it with the last dart. Thornton looking to the clouds above saying, how unlucky am I there? I don't think that was unlucky. I think that was a
100.
bit of class there from Lee Cox. When you're on 4 out of 4 on the day, those sort of things happen to you.
The powers of
140.
recovery.
But when you're in the situation, you believe the darting gods are looking
85.
down on you. You believe the darting gods are looking down on you. There's nothing I can do wrong today.
140.
But the response, a nine impeccable one from Thornton. Back-to-back 140s against the throw, piling it back upon Lee.
If you're on the other end of that, you start poking your neck out a little bit and going, oh, is that where you want it? Is it? That's how you want it? Well, I'm going to stay with you, and you're going to have to keep doing that to beat me today. You can spur the opponent
42.
on with that.
$60. $171.
Some like this.
On a pinhead, that was. On a pinhead.
100. Robert, you require 8.
So double 4 for 3-2 and
Each
the
on
break.
a fifth leg. Robert
13
Thornton.
darter. Thornton has the darts for the win.
Sixth
And he would
flag. It's
inflict
Robert
a
to throw first.
First defeat
Game on.
upon Crafty Coxey today.
$177.
Yeah, this would also turn Thornton's day into a more prosperous day.
100.
It'd be 3 wins from 5.
41.
And drag Lee Cox back into the mix.
Well, there has been a tag
60.
that's been labelled with Robert Thornton during his time here at the Super Series, and it's that he can end the day slowly at points. Well, he's averaging 97 before that turn. His average now ticks just below the ton mark and leaves himself on 103 for the match after 9.
$85. Robert, you require 103.
103 for the match. Cannot find.
47. $100. Robert, you require 56.
This to inflict a first defeat on Lee Cox. This for 6 points in the group. Double 10 for
Game shot,
Thornton
and the match,
is found.
Robert Thornton.
And it is 3 wins for the former World Seniors champion on day 1. He gets the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2. A first defeat of the day for Crafty Coxey, but for the form, well, all's well but ends well. 96 average, 4 from 11 on the doubles. Thornton wins 4-2. Evans Danielson ends the day next. Welcome back to the final game of the day as we see Daniel Pontusson up against Daniel Pontus Danielson. It's been a long day. Taking on David Evans. I've given him a new name. Pontus, I'm so sorry. He takes on David Evans to finish off the day's action. Scott, help me out. Before the break, we saw Robert Thornton beat Lee Cox by 4
David
legs
to throw first. Game on.
to end the day of the win. Can David Evans finish with a win?
Go and stand under the aircon, mate. Calm yourself down.
100. $60.
That's going in the outtake reel, isn't it? Sorry, Pontus.
I think it's probably up on the socials already, mate. It's been cut and shut.
54.
Yeah, Pontus sees himself at the bottom of the group here, and he's not played that way. He really hasn't.
58.
It's just he's the new guy. We quite often see this with the new guys that come in. They can start well, and if the results don't quite go their way in the first couple, then it's
51.
sort of it's an uphill struggle from there, and then you can't wait to get to either Group B or C or whatever, wherever they end up. But I don't have him, Pontus, down as this type of character. I think he's a lot stronger character than we give credit for. He's coming across as a quiet sort, and a lot of the Scandinavians do that. If you think back to Marco Cantelli and Daniel Larsson and
80.
Dennis Nilsson and Andreas, and they're all that type of mentality out there. It's the way they are as an area of Europe. But
62.
he was a nice chap to chat to this morning, and he said, well, nice to finally meet you, Scott, which I think was really nice. And I said, well, I actually came to meet you rather than you come to meet me. So, yeah, what a good guy. What a good guy.
100.
Well, Evans here has left himself on 116 to take out this first leg. Pontus just a little bit further back.
43. David, you
And
require
Evans here
116.
is going to get 6 to take out leg 1 from 116.
$42.
The other thing I notice about Pontus and the way that he takes his darts out, a lot of left-handers take the darts out with their right hand and turn into your face and put their back to the referee.
87.
Whereas Pontus
David,
takes
you
them out
require
with his
74.
left hand and goes in the conventional way, and I like that.
So I tend to do, although I can't attest to be a good player. Tops. Doesn't go.
54. Pontus, you require 91.
Although I did nearly nick a leg off your mate Tommy Morris a few weeks ago.
Well done, you. Yeah, I don't nick many legs off him very often.
Double 12. Doesn't go.
67. David, you require
It's kind of
20.
stalled, hasn't it, for Stretch after what was a positive start to this leg.
Game
Gets
shot
it
on
over the
first
line to
leg.
lead 1-0.
David Evans.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to get him going again, though, does it? We know that.
Second leg. It's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
We know the type that Stretch is. He will have half an eye on that table after every game and be working out scenarios.
99.
It's the way that he plays and the way that it works for him.
$58.
Don't forget, if you've missed any of the action, the
100.
best of it will be available on the Super Series YouTube channel, courtesy of our highlights packages. And there's also other bits of interactive
43.
content available for you on there too. So do give that a subscribe for plenty of goodies ahead of tomorrow's session.
100.
believe they've been doing some blind tiered lists on there. Where basically you get given a player and you've got to give them a rating of 1 to 5, but you don't know the next one, so you have to put them in a position and then just hope that your rating list works out properly.
45.
Yep, you lost me as soon as you opened your mouth there.
Well, some things never change.
Absolutely. No, I kind of understand that. Yeah, I get that.
140. Pontus, you require 157.
6 starts here from 157 for Pontus to square up. Heads down to go up, and now looking for tops. And bends the wire.
95. Pontus, you require 40. Game shot on his second leg. Pontus Danielsson.
I'm studying the Dave Evans dart here, and I'm wondering whether he's gone back to a
Third
longer
leg, it's
stem.
David to throw first. Game on.
Give me your opinion here, Henry. I would value it. Has he gone back to a longer stem, or has he not? Possibly not.
I just wonder whether the flight's just not in as well lodged in as it was before, because I think it's the same combo, but I just wonder whether the flight's just a little bit more loose in the stem.
Yeah, I get
24.
what you're saying. It's a lot easier to distinguish earlier. If he just puts another short one in, and we know. I've got a funny feeling he's gone back to a longer stem.
He has
58.
been doing some tinkering today, has David Evans. Not taking the Gareth Southgate mentality when it comes to changes.
100. $139.
Great camera angle, great shot. Great work, everyone.
$60.
We may even let
David,
you out the dungeon at the end of the
124.
session.
Trouble 18 doesn't have to do it because Pontus is all the way back at the 300s.
$56. $44. David, you require 68.
Two 16s.
36.
Does not go.
$31. David, you require 32.
So this to move himself 2-1 to the good. Double 16. Got time. You may need time because that's awkward. Moves all the way across the hockey.
No score.
He would have been thrown from further away and nearly found a way through.
I have to be honest, I just pulled the same face there that Dave Evans did. I thought that was extremely unlucky.
95. David, you require 32.
He gets a clear sight at it now. Double 8.
16.
Well, so far in this game, David Evans is 1 from 9 on the doubles.
This would very much hurt should Danielsson be able to convert this. He's shaking his head because he knows he should be closer. But when you do shake your head like that, you're putting negative vibes into your own body.
Double 4.
12.
Doesn't go, and suddenly from
Pontus, you
nowhere,
require 106.
Pontus Danielsson can move 2-1 up. But David Evans needs to stop
38.
faffing around on the doubles here.
David, you require 4.
Because he is slowly letting Pontus creep up on him. Creeping up and creeping up and creeping up.
Pontus, you require 68.
Double 10.
Just clarifying with our referee Jack that it's in.
Game shot on a third leg. Pontus Danielsson.
I don't think he can believe he got that leg. He was head shaking from about 4 throws
Fourth
out
leg.
from
It's
there,
Pontus to throw
not
first.
thinking he was going to get a
Game on.
chance. He's now 2-1 up. How much does that damage Evans is the question.
14 missed starts at a double in this match from David Evans.
81.
1 from 15. That was a 26 start breaker throw from Pontus Danielsson.
58.
Oh my.
120.
As one came in, the other came out. And Evans is going to show him the way to hit a max.
140.
He's had one all day.
$28. $99. $45.
Danielson there had a chance to turn the throw back in his favour.
140.
Again, controlling the scoring stakes of a leg.
57. David, you require
However,
64.
looking to finally find an elusive double. Double 16. He has hated that target.
32. Pontus, you require 170. $92. David, you require 32.
So Evans on 32 again. Surely he converts this time. He gets so close.
Game shot on a fourth leg.
Nicely
David
used.
Evans.
And now you just start to think, why, oh, why did I
Fifth
have all
leg.
those
It's
darts
David
the
to throw
last leg?
first. Game on.
Pontus Danielson there having a quick word with himself. He's not
81.
started chatting to the speakers or anything like Richie Burnett did a couple of weeks back.
Didn't just have a chat with the speaker, had a full-blown
100.
argument with it. He was left with a blue tooth.
$100.
If you're wondering why it went quiet in the commentary box, there was a load of tumbleweed that went past.
135.
That was definitely more interesting than the joke that came out. But yes, no, all good. Richie Burnett, entertainment personified
57.
on his week here.
$55. 81.
Did everything right there to leave a finish until the last dart. Did Evans there.
58.
You can visibly see it. Both are searching. Both just look around the room, looking to find some kind of inspiration. It's been a bit of a slugfest, but certainly Evans has awoken. That's unlucky.
114.
Caught in a jam sandwich.
Contest you require 153.
Apparently he didn't have to bend down and pick it up, though. I don't mind them getting caught up there. See, that one's bounced out and you got to bend down and pick it up.
David, you require
There's a sit-up.
68.
One sit-up.
Evans looking to get a leg up and a leg away. Double 16.
Game shot.
Finally, it has
Evans.
happened to me right in front of my face. The double delight, and well, he can hide it because he's fairly
Sixth
frustrated.
flag. It's Pontus to throw first. Game on. $60.
As the day's gone on, Danielson has struggled to find his scoring boots that he had earlier on
43.
in the day. Had he been anywhere remotely near? Oh, hello.
Well, that was a
83.
dangler, wasn't it?
It was a dangler. He was not going to allow that to fall out like he did on the 120 earlier, where he knocked one out of the 180. Maybe he'll have to have a little look at his points overnight.
$59.
Well, we're heading into the 18th minute of this contest.
140.
It's a game that I think the winner just wants to get over the line in. Evans will be happy to move on to 6 points overnight. It's going to be Lee Cox that leads the way going into day 2.
59.
And he's going to get 6 darts and 178 to get the job done. And finally finds his scoring power at the perfect time. At the time matters most, and then he finds a slip in the hand. Well, the day began with a 4-2 defeat for David Evans. It could end with a 4-2 win for David Evans
54.
if he can find the 54. 2 darts at tops. Now double 10.
34.
That's now 3 from 21 on the doubles for stretch. Are we going fishing? Oh, we could, you know. But we won't.
130. David, you require 20.
To bring the curtain down on the day. Double 10. That hogs the wire. That finds the bed. And that's a win for David Evans to end the day. He gets the better of Pontus Danielson by 4 legs to 2. And it means that he's going to be on 6 points alongside Robert Thornton overnight. It is a sigh of relief, isn't it, David? That was hard work, but it's a win nonetheless. But it's Lee Cox that is the top dog after day 1. And will be assessing his 4 win from 5 day, plus the rest of the best after this short break. And the first day is done here at the Modus Super Series. Monday is in the books. Myself and Scott Mitchell have been watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we have seen. And it was a nigh on perfect first day for Lee Cox. He won his first 4 games, but then came unstuck in that last match there against Robert Thornton. David Evans losing the first game 4-2, winning the last game 4-2. But it is a very, very tight group as far as things stand. As I say, Scott Mitchell is alongside me. Tight 10th, would that be a fair assessment of the day overall?
Well, we said at the top of the show that it was a really, really even group. And I think we saw today, with the way that play went, that the players feel exactly the same. So they know that it was edgy, feely. It was really one of those days today. We know that Tuesday's moving day. One of those guys has got to grab this by the neck and say, look, I'm having this, and set themselves up for Wednesday.
Well, Lee Cox is the player at the top of the table overnight, winning 4 of the 5 games on the opening day. And he was probably the one, if anybody, found different ways of winning matches. A couple of times he came back from behind, but there was a couple of times where he showed some real positive signs. It was a real good day for Lee.
Yeah, you mentioned it in commentary that he'd really done the hard work in the first 4 games. And if there was one that was going to get away, yeah, we all want to win 5 out of 5. And that's the way it is on the day because we're dart players. But the bottom line is, he's done the hard work. He's put himself in the position and he's set himself up for the next 2 days.
Indeed, he has taken out this 96 to get the better of Pontus Danielson there. So Lee Cox 4 from 5 following the first day's play. But I want to talk about Sebastian Białecki next because he got to a slow start, but that middle patch was up there with anything anybody played today.
Yeah, he played his way into the day, really, didn't he? It was really slow start, which we didn't expect. Obviously, he may have seen some of the graphics out there in the back room that he was one of the favourites for the group, and that can affect you. But yeah, he knows that this is not a sprint. It's a bit more of a marathon over 3 days, and he won't be concerned where he is today. He knows that tomorrow's the day. If he can get 4 wins tomorrow or something, he puts himself right in the mix.
What was your assessment of Tommy Lishman's day? Because he had some big finishes, but then there was some problems elsewhere on the doubles.
I think with Tommy, we saw that he was scoring and doing exceedingly well to get positions to go at doubles and win matches, and then he wasn't converting. And then we got to that last game where everything that had gone wrong all day went right all in one game. Is that the thing that he leaves overnight now with a bit of confidence, and we'll see more of that Tommy coming back? Because what happens when you start getting yourself into positions to hit doubles and you miss them, you get so frustrated that you then go, well, I'm here now, you try so hard and you keep making mistake after mistake. And when you just take a step back, let them flow, and they all start hitting, and that's exactly what happened in his last game.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, following the first day's play, because it is Lee Cox who is top of the table. David Evans and Robert Thornton in second and third, respectively. And in terms of both of their days, particularly Robert Thornton, actually, he could walk away with it thinking, I put some good performances in.
And today he also had 3 of the games of his 5 against the darts. And he won his 2 with the darts. And he won one of his ones against the darts. But he won't be too concerned. He knows he's got 3 goes with the darts tomorrow. And if he can get a head of steam up, then when he hasn't got the darts, he knows he'll be in the shout then as well.
Do you think tomorrow players will play with a little bit more free? In the fact they've had a day under their belt here, they may just relax into it a little bit more.
Absolutely. And we've said in at the top of the show that during commentary that the 6 guys have probably never sat on the same table before. They all know each other now. They're all probably a bit more friendly. They're probably all possibly socialising this afternoon or this evening together. So yeah, we come back tomorrow where we're not in a position where they don't know each other. They're more friends now, and when you play against your friends, you always play a different game.
Well, it's been a day of killer action. Scott, thank you for your company. I'll see you first thing tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you first thing tomorrow as well, live at 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how the second day's worth of action is concerned. But as far as Monday was concerned at the Super Series, it's Cox who's on top, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.